I mean, referring to purple cat, not purple treatment, and I'm already a cat girl to begin with, so yeah, I don't get that treatment because I already am to begin with. Right. Anyways, right. There was something like a recap, wasn't there? I got distracted.
Yes.
So, maybe we don't fox a cat. What if I call all the foxes cats then? Anyways, right, I'm supposed to be doing a recap. Yeah, plant monster defeated, party, exhausted, beaten up, partially dead due to, extraneous painful experience, managed to crawl back. Well, not quite crawl back, they actually walked back, managed to get back to town and eventually back to the campsite where they met, you know, fuzzy big wolf girl who was being hung around by all the kids, and as they had campfire stories together.
And then
It,
immediately got solicited by Yuffie.
Mm-hmm. May or may not have probably still had a fish butt attached whilst falling asleep.
Don't worry, we have prestidigitation that'll take that fish smell right out.
But will they get rid of the barnacles? Anyways,
Oh no.
Yuffie's
That just
got
makes it sound
barnacles,
like
my
she's
friend.
diseased. I'm not gonna lie.
so you're saying we're lopping off a little bit of fur.
Gonna give you a nice haircut. You've been in the mountain for who knows how long now. It'll be a new you. Yeah, we'll go with that.
You know, the spring cut.
The spring cut.
Here's a
God.
question: does anyone actually know how to give a haircut? Otherwise, yeah, maybe losing more than just a patch.
I think you mean she, but
She,
don't worry about it.
shrug. Don't worry, we'll figure something out. I mean, Claire's good with the sword.
What?
I don't know. Someone good with the sword give Aurora a haircut.
Why do they need a haircut?
Barnacles.
I mean, I'm not really good with a sword.
I mean, sure as hell better than me.
Claire literally uses her sword like a hammer.
Oh. Okay, maybe her. No, Hrist also uses a hammer. Does anybody here actually use? Okay, actually, wait a minute. Argento. Yeah, Argento.
that's dark.
Where is that crazy cat?
Doing
He went off into
drugs.
the forest last I
Yeah,
checked.
but tree doing drugs somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Didn't one of us spot him last time?
Chris did.
First chased and chased and then lost.
And then she went to go fall asleep in a tent.
Mm-hmm.
I do not see the drugs.
Yeah, the drugs were not seen. Although, it's not to say someone didn't smell certain scents, but, if I remember correctly, I think the nose failed, wasn't it? Something like silly.
Do not remember. It's hard to scroll through the infinite punches of the.
Oh no, yeah. Also, they do know because Doggo
yeah.
smelled it, but they
Yeah.
aren't. They said they weren't gonna say anything.
Yeah,
They ain't no
scrolling up.
snitch.
They're no narc.
It's like, look, I might be a bitch, but I'm not a snitch.
Are you sure?
I was about to say that they weren't gonna narc.
But yeah, we left off with everybody going to bed, I guess. And that's where we're at. It's probably middle of the night or morning if anybody woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep.
I didn't get a lot of sleep, but when morning comes, uh, I'm gonna wait for Frist and Mouse to get up, because I have a plan.
Well, at that point, who probably would wake up first? Would it be Harist or would it be Mal?
Obviously, it's roll a d20, and whoever rolls higher woke up first. I don't know.
Roll
Oh,
for
no, all
initiative
it's
to
not
wake
saying
up
it's-
in the morning. There we go. Hold
Pearl
on.
is not saying it. Oh, wow.
All right, fuck it. All right, roll a d20 if you're still alive.
We're rolling for initiative to wake up in the morning.
We're rolling for initiative to see who wakes up first. Okay, so I guess it's just me then. Pretty much the sun peaks up bright and early. Mal's already up, probably working on some arrows or something. In the meanwhile, no more bolts.
So,
Hey, Mouse.
Yeah.
I had an idea, but I need your help. Or Prist, but Hurst is still asleep.
Sure. What do you need?
So, these trees are really hard to cut down, right?
Yeah.
Um, like, they're a bit of a challenge for me to cut down with how strong I am, but I can do it. So, what if we knew some really strong people that could cut these trees down easily?
What are you getting at? I mean, who else do we know?
Do you remember those giants that passed by?
You're kidding, right?
No, they seem nice.
Hmm. I mean,
You and I could take a horse and ride off after them. It hasn't been more than a day since we last saw them. They can't have gotten too terribly far, and on just a horse, not pulling the wagon, we'd be much faster. And it'd be easy to follow, because that one bigger one was just walking through the trees, making a trail, like a second road.
do we still see any semblance of a path that they might have taken at this point? Like, I'm pretty sure they passed by this camp too, yeah? Or
I mean, they probably passed nearby, but you guys, like, considering they didn't go through the middle of the camp, odds are they probably had gone either around the camp or had crossed the path, and if they did cross the path, you guys didn't see it at all, in spite of the fact that you guys had gone down the same way.
well, when we saw them, it wasn't too far away from the camp. If we head back there now and see if there's even a path left, then sure, but otherwise... And then Mal just gives a shrug. I mean, we can try, but... No idea
So-
if this will work, of all things. Kind of insane thinking that some giants might help, but I mean...
Why?
Well, I say that, but considering we just talked with 3 undead about investigating a giant plant, a cult with something about some gods, and who knows what else going on, I suppose it's not the craziest thing I've heard all week.
Are giants supposed to be, like, really mean or something?
I have little experience, but usually bigger creatures means... never mind. Let's
It's not
just
cool
go.
to judge people on their size, Mouse.
There's a lot that can be said on that for many things. People are sadly quick to judge.
Mm.
And Mal just points to his horns. Where I'm from, even this.
No, yeah, I know about that stuff. I mean, I'm not exactly what you would call common either.
I am literally the most generic person in this party.
Are you even awake at the moment?
Good question.
I mean, I don't think you have to worry about anybody here except maybe Sylvic not understanding us.
Yeah, fair enough there.
Survey says no, I'm not.
Well, alright, let's grab a horse and go.
All right.
I'm sure everybody else will be fine, and we just need us.
I still think this has to be the most odd, random, like, D20 roll that somehow succeeded out of nowhere. Just say it.
Could you, load up my sword for me? I'll use it if needed, but I'd rather not have to.
What, you need me to carry it, or?
Yeah, I guess just load it on the horse.
Or
You
I
know,
guess.
she lifts up her splinted arms.
All right. Oh. Yep. Grab the sword. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I thought we would have been fine. Also, as a bit of a friendly reminder to those here, in case you forgot to do so, we are level 7. We leveled up from the last time that we did a session. If you haven't done your level 7 stuff, make sure you do that now.
Alright.
Yep.
We get horse and we go chase down giants.
Grab sword, load it onto horse, probably just in a little bag on the side, just keep
Yes,
right
my
there.
giant two-handed sword
Yeah.
into a little bag on the side of the horse.
You just
Well,
like
you know what I
shove it through
mean,
the-
just-
this, you hear the bag go, "Rap," it's just sticking out the bottom. The horse is just like jitters to the side on you, fucking like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, the horse, no.
No, I know you actually put it on. You strap it to the side.
Yeah, I
like
know.
a
What I
shipping
mean is, like,
thing.
it's in its sheath. It's strapped to the side, and we're going. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm still kind of waking up. Like, actual me is waking up.
Okay, well,
We're all sleepy here.
This is honestly is nothing new. I feel like.
not really.
Let me just-
For me,
I don't know.
especially.
You
it's
gotta take the
definitely
reins, though.
Right.
Yeah, you have to be the one to take the reins.
I guess.
How fucking.
All right. Let's see how bad this is gonna be. Oh boy. Where is it?
Where's what?
Ah, here it is. Animal handling. Oh.
Nice.
You know, I was expecting that to be a lot worse. What the fuck?
It's okay. It's way better than if I were to do it. See? Oh, that didn't do it. Hold on.
You say C.
There it goes. Oh, okay.
That's not even that bad either.
It would have been okay either way.
The horse is in a good mood today.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Adventure. And hopefully not dead.
As the others wake up and we're gone.
Pretty much. They just hear a horse trotting off if anybody was even awake to hear it.
Okay, so you guys are going off in pursuit of the two giants,
Mm-hmm.
which means going down the path that is, partially cleared back to the main road, or what semblance there is of it,
Mhm.
and then falling down the road, hoping to find the trail that the giants had taken.
Hell yeah.
As you push along, of course, you have trouble finding where the section was that they had once been. After all, you can vaguely remember the distance, but, the woods were still growing at the time.
We should keep heading a little bit, because they were heading the same direction as the road. So if we keep going a little past, maybe we'll find more evidence, like more concrete evidence of where they went.
Aye to that. Still, it's almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. But
Two
in this
really
case,
big needles in a tree stack.
no, yeah. Still,
We're not gonna be
where the hell did they go?
Let's see. I think there is something for tracking, if I'm not correctly. You guys could try to roll to see if you can find evidence of the path they've taken.
Survival.
Yep.
Survival? Okay.
Yeah, that would probably be survival.
Well, let's give it our best shot, Mel.
Bleh.
Not terrible. Not great. Not terrible.
Yeah, like, we won't get lost, at least, but,
Well, yeah, there's a road.
well,
I mean,
outside
the
of
road's
that.
mostly overgrown, remember? There's just the vague signs of the road, which means by you guys can
No.
tell where the road still
We-
is, but
From what I remember, we had to stop where the road became too overgrown with the cart, which is about where this camp was. That was when we stopped being able to keep bringing the cart forward.
nah, that's fair. So yeah, you would be able to. The road would be mostly. Well, it's like it was still growing, and there was effort still being made, but it hadn't been super long. But there was. You guys did still have trouble with the cart up to that point, if I remember correctly. It just wasn't as bad until you got to this area. So, you guys, with your rolls, can tell a bit of direction. You've definitely found the section to where they had crossed from the broken trees in the path and whatnot. And you can tell where the road is. You still have the road figured out, but like you end up having to travel quite a bit more distance before you actually find clear evidence of a path that they had taken.
Hell yeah.
But we did find one.
Well, I mean, you guys did have to go quite a bit further, which means by you guys have spent probably a couple hours chasing after, even though you're using a horse, before
Oh, hell.
you full realize you crossed, like they came across the road again. Mostly
Sweet.
by, trees being knocked over in spots and branches broken.
Make this horse go faster, Mal. Let's get him. Find him, or what? That sounds so violent. Let's find them.
All right, we'll get there, Hold on. Oh, still following along the road either way. I'm not gonna do a hey-ya. I'm not a cowboy.
Just give me one
You
second.
sure?
You assume Mal has ever really, like, been on a horse? Maybe once?
I don't know. I don't know what you've done. You seem like, you're an experienced guy.
Not with animals, I'm not.
Oh, okay. I don't
You
know.
think they let us anywhere near those stables? Maybe to sleep.
Make him go faster.
I really feel like somehow I'm gonna wind up having to make a roll if I try that.
I
Yeah, fuck it.
mean, make that roll. Let's see. Do you make the horse go faster, or the horse get aggravated with you?
I was about to try to
Squeeze
open
the
my
mouse
card.
tighter just in case.
No, that's sleight of hand. Blah. Oh,
The
no.
horse getting thoroughly aggravated with your attempt, bucks. And well, you guys
Ooh.
gonna make your dexterity save since you've naturally aggravated the horse.
I would like to squeeze the horse's hindquarters with my thighs and hold myself on.
Ride 'em,
Can I make a
cowboy.
strength save instead?
What are you talking about? What?
You do a strength
Hold
save?
up.
Well, try your
That's a-
strength save. Let's see how bad this goes wrong.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, a near fucking 20.
fucking +6 string. No wonder.
As you squeeze the poor horse, the horse fucking
Nice.
makes a sound and bucks a second time due to the being squeezed too hard by those really strong legs and thighs of one Claire. Which means Claire has no risk of falling off, but
I'm also-
Mouse,
I just rolled Dex already.
roll it again because you managed to dodge one buck, but when it's bucking in a different way. And
Oh, no.
Mouse has been kicked off the front of the horse, sent flying into a bush.
I'm holding him,
Crash.
God.
but I'm squeezing him. I'm holding him.
That's why I said you didn't have to make another roll, but the horse is not happy at the moment.
Claire over here giving the horse
The horse-
diagnosis.
And well, giving the horse damage issues. They're hurting the poor thing by squeezing too hard.
I didn't squeeze too hard. I just held on.
You held on with the power of thunder thighs.
I don't care if my arms are broken. I'll still punch the shit out of you.
You basically squished him with your thighs. That's not punching. That's just a
No, I'm
death
threatening
anyone.
to punch you.
What do you mean? What did I do? You told me go faster, and now I'm in a bush.
Get back on the horse.
Ugh.
Well, you gotta
Big-
make another animal handling roll to approach the horse, because the horse is not happy at all.
Let's get this over with.
After spending about 10 minutes trying to calm the horse down, you finally manage to get back on it and start moving on your way again.
Claire, in the future, please don't squish the horse.
Well, I was trying to hold
Okay,
on.
nice cannon. Yeah, yeah.
Some people like thick thighs to save lives, others do it for combat advantage. We are not the same, says Claire.
What?
Claire having thick thighs for combat advantage.
I mean, you've seen the art.
Yeah, true.
So after another decent chunk without going extra fast, you guys do find, even clearer evidence of the giants now, in the form of trees further being knocked onto the path, resulting in you guys either having to go around or, over. Although considering you're so far, around's about the only way the horse is going to let you go at this point. And you finally catch up
Much
to
better behave or I'm a suplex him.
You finally, after having traveled for about 4 hours of time, meaning by you've gone from early morning to nearly, noon, and you finally, hear some thumps and moving around. As you guys approach closer, you begin to hear the louder thump. You hear another tree come crashing down.
Excellent. We found them.
Still traveling?
I'm gonna wait till I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna talk to Vespa and say, okay, so I don't speak giant, but when we get up to them, if you can translate for me at first, and then I'll tell you what I want to say, and then you tell me how to say it, because I feel like if they hear me try to say it, maybe it'll mean more to them, like that, show them that I'm really trying. I don't know. You think that's a good idea?
I mean, I can teach you some simple greetings and whatnot, but I don't know about
No, I
full
mean, like-
sentences. But
I
yeah,
mean,
I'll
like,
try.
I would say to you what I want to say in common, you know, and then you would tell me what to say, and then I would say it. After, of course, you know, we first talked about it. Like, do you think that's a good idea?
Remind me to just teach you how to speak giant next time.
Maybe.
I
I
mean,
don't
worst
know.
case scenario, it's fine. I'll just translate anything you want me to say to them, but, well, let's just see what they're doing right now. I wonder how the others back at camp are doing.
I'm sure they're fine.
The cue
They're
back,
gonna
it's
be
just
so
complete
surprised.
Armageddon.
It was
Another
a dragon
confirmed or
attack.
denied.
Fucking dragon attack. Somehow Wrist manages to actually invoke their god. It just appears in front of everybody and causes complete pandemonium.
Totally.
Sounds about right.
So when the giants come into view, I'm gonna loosen my grip to a one-armed grip on Mouse, and I'm gonna wave one of my arms up in the air and just shout, "Hey! Hey!" Just try to get their attention.
Here, like, go.
Hey guys!
You approach, you hear the giant. Oh, you can hear one of the giants grumbling as they're pushing a tree off of them from the other one having knocked a tree over. You know,
Which one's on the road? The bigger one or the smaller one?
The smaller one is on the road
Smaller
because he
one.
didn't want to push through the trees.
and the one that's currently, being forced to shove a tree off of itself at the moment.
Hey! How do you call out
Uh,
hey in giant?
One sec. You might want to cover your ears for this. I'm going
Huh?
to, I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy.
Oh no, not again.
Oh no. Here we go. Flashbacks, yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Well, at
going
least I'm in front. Oh, wait. Right, the horse. Oh, well, too late now. And just.
That's fine. We're not in a cave.
Well, you've already said you're gonna do it, so just do it.
Yeah, we're not in
Yep.
an enclosed cave. It's not like it's a
I-
problem.
I know. And in giant, I'm just going to just shout into the distance to say, hey. It's just gonna, just boom out a bit, probably.
For a second. So, when you make the loud shout, while the giants seem to, notice something, you're too busy trying to hold onto the horse again because the horse failed to react properly to it and panicked. So, congratulations, you're making another set of saves to try and stay on the horse.
Woo!
I
There's no
I would-
saving this time. Fucking hell.
hold on. First to hold on to the horse, and then I would also like to act as Mal's seat belt.
Just my seatbelt. What?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Come here.
Fucking damn it.
No, I
No.
can't hold you.
No.
So,
No.
well, I mean, there would have been a second roll anyways, because you squeezed the horse too hard again. And the poor
Well, that was
horse.
me trying to hold Mouse.
Well, the first one was you trying to, you holding yourself on, and successfully so. But in the process, you hear the horse make a sound and buck an extra time. Of course, you're fine. But Mouse has already been, flopped up into the air rather than forward this time. And before he can get his bearings, ends up slightly behind the horse and gets kicked by the horse backwards across down the road about a good 10-15 feet by the horse, as the horse is currently making odd sounds of pain from Claire holding on before it settles down because it realizes Claire's not going to let go.
Yeah, I grab as it's like still kind of like struggling. I just grab on one of the reins, and it hurts. But I'm gonna pull its head to look at me, and I'm just be like, "You fucking calm down right now. I'll
Also,
put you
Mouse,
on the ground."
Mouse, you took 8 damage from that.
Ow. But okay.
I mean, you
I
did just
mean,
get kicked by a horse.
yeah, you just got fucking
Yeah.
bucked. Like, you literally
Yeah.
came down and the horse bucked a second time while you were midair from a fucking fall. Like, you literally got launched up from it panicking from your shout, only to get literally sent flying with a buck. Like, that is pain right there.
This is like a episode of Konosuba.
You're really not wrong, and that's the worst part.
Oh my god. All right. Well, I'm gonna dismount now, and I'm gonna stare at the horse still holding the reins, so it knows to be good
As the
and stay.
Hold on, let me roll the save here on the horse to make sure it doesn't fucking, try to run away.
God damn it. Just
Okay,
God
the-
damn it.
the horse looks terrified at Claire, but doesn't try to run.
Yeah, that's what I
Look.
thought. And I'm gonna let go of the reins and take a few steps towards the giants. You okay, Mouse?
Ow. I should have
guess-
seen that coming.
You really gotta get better at holding on to horses. I'm gonna turn back to the giants. Are they just been watching this whole thing?
They stopped and turned around after the shout. So they watched the whole thing. One of them shaking their head, the other one's just kind of like one's shaking their head, the other one's sort of scratching their head in confusion at the scene. Never mind the horse print on, Mouse's fucking armor at this point from getting bucked.
That stuff is supposed to be tougher than steel.
I'm gonna
My
give
arm-
them a smile and a wave.
I didn't say dent, I just said a horse mark. Like there's a clear
Oh.
mark on it where you got hit.
Okay, fair.
Hey guys.
The giant's just gonna awkwardly look at Claire, not sure what to think. One of them seems to sort of recognize the pair, but they just kind of, at this point, they're not entirely sure what's going on.
Hey, you guys remember us? We met each other the other day when you were leaving because of the big tree. And I turned to look at Mouse.
He just like slowly is picking himself up out of the bush, goes back onto the road. Ugh. I'll go up to Claire first before speaking to them. We saw you on the road just a day or two ago. We wanted to talk.
At this point, they
Remember us?
finally start to show a proper response. Remember, yes. Small, tiny, traveling into vicious woods. Surprise alive.
Yeah, well, you were running from the big tree. Well, not running. Don't say they were running. That sounds rude. You guys were leaving because of the big tree. Well, I killed the tree. So now it's safe again.
And to translate, I would simply say to them, Big tree is dead. Woods are good now. She did it.
They sort of look at Claire, look at Mouse for a second. Killed tree? Still no want to see tree again. heading for mountains.
Did we take anything from the tree?
No, not that I can recall.
Damn. Well, they say they don't believe the tree's dead. They don't want to see it again. They're heading for the mountains, apparently.
The tree is dead. Okay. Tell me how to say I killed the tree by falling on it from the sky. And now, my people that survive, I would like to be friends with you.
I will whisper to Claire to tell her the phrase. What was it? I killed the tree from the air, and I would like to be friends with those that are still alive.
Okay. I repeat that back to them. In very, broken giant.
Yeah, it might be broken a little bit, but I could probably at least understand what she's trying to say and fix it for her if need be.
So the giant's still looking, getting more bewildered sort of look at this point based on Claire's attempts at pronunciation. But they, respond with big tree dead, other tree still here. As the bigger of the two looks at the trees and punches one of them over. Tired tree. Mountain better.
So to Claire, I'll tell her they're tired of just the trees in general. They want to go to the mountains so they don't have to deal with any to begin with. I think it'd be safe we could strike a deal with that.
Can you tell them that I broke my arms killing the tree, and I would like their help to clear my home of the trees that remain. And if they would like to stay and be friends, then I would be happy. I don't know.
I think I have an idea as well, too. How do I phrase this? What if you could get rid of all of the trees? I'll ask that first, and then I'll explain the rest.
They sort of pause. The one replying with, "Lot work. Waste time. Hungry."
Claire, by any chance, do you happen to know if there was any good farmlands just around that would be able to help with food for these two at all, if they decided to stay?
I mean, I'm sure there was lots of food in the stores before, everything got overgrown, and there would be food that we could find. And I know, that's kind of how my town had to function. There were a lot of farms around, but, with the trees and overgrowing them, I wonder if the growth just affected the trees, and if maybe it made the crops grow super as well? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like we ever checked. That's fair.
Actually, Doom, we did pass by the one place where we short rested was by a farm. Did I notice anything about the fields? Or was it just overgrown with trees? Or did it actually have like trees and the crops? Or just like crops? Like, what was up with it?
Was just trees. It didn't even look like there was any farmland there at all.
It's probably all been overgrown, yeah.
Well, the one place that we stopped to rest before fighting the tree, that ruins was a farmhouse. So, given that there was no crops around, I think all of the farmland got overgrown. But I'm sure there's still food in pantries and whatnot, but
Enough for
yeah,
two
it's
giants? A lot of food.
yeah, I don't know, not right away, I don't think, for all time, but I mean, they'll have to I don't think there's like lots of food waiting around for them up there, but I mean, if they're short-sighted about it, then you know. It's not like we have any of the crab meat left either.
Yeah, that would have been a hell of a thing to offer.
Yeah.
What did we do? There wasn't any of the rivers nearby? No, I don't think so, actually.
No. The nearby river is the one that we came from.
Yeah.
Sure, there's some streams and like smaller, rivers around, but there's nothing like big like that.
I guess the problem is, what would they eat?
I mean, you could ask them.
Yeah, that's true. What do you two eat, anyway? How have you gone this far?
They started getting bored because of you guys conversing back and forth, but when you started addressing them again, they sort of focus again, sort of shaking their heads like, and they pause and think at first.
How dare you make them think? How dare you make them use their brains?
How dare I make the trolls, the low intelligence creatures, use their brains? Yes. Truly the most heinous of war crimes.
Hell, they may gain a point in intelligence just from overuse.
Oh my god.
What is guys technically giants, not trolls?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
giants.
Yeah, they're giants, but like,
It's
you
because
know.
you said trolls.
You said trolls.
Wait, did I say
Go.
trolls?
You
Yes,
did.
Whoops.
That's why I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, they're trolls in the different sense of the word.
What do you mean? That's rude. Damn.
No, it's more like I'm the one being trolled here.
you may overhear profiling people.
Fucking hell, no.
As they think for a few, even though you may, profiling them and judging them quietly without, saying it. They think and hold on a second.
I believe you would be racially profiling them, Yume. Or specially profiling them?
Yes, I am speciesist.
Wow, you
Ooh.
can't believe your species is. That's just rude. No? What?
Carla says she has to go.
Rest well, Carla.
Well,
It's okay. Have a good one, Carla. We'll have the VOD up either way this time, more conveniently than the last.
will it though?
We actually have uploaded all of the videos of what we've been missing for the time being. It's just putting actual like title cards and thumbnails
I
on
mean,
them and getting them like
I was making
published.
a joke, you nerd.
Well,
Right.
too late.
You said VOD rather than because this time it's actually just going to be a recorded video being put up.
I mean, basically.
Which because there will be the VOD from my end, but it's kind of the joke to be made there.
I mean, I'm still counting it as a VOD, okay? Yeah. Man, everyone like going nitpicky about the things that I say today. Like, come on.
So what do the Giants do?
Yeah, so what did the Giants tell us, Doom? What did the Giants say?
Look, I was thinking. I was also bringing up the Giants to double check my information on them. So the Giants just pause, thinking for a moment, and food, eat meat, sometimes other stuff, mostly meat. Told horse not food though.
Well, they mostly eat meat, Claire. Thankfully not our horse, but just anything they can really get their hands on, it sounds like.
Avoids the urge to look the horse in the eyes.
Oh no. No, we are not.
Damn.
I'm kidding.
Claire, we are not feeding the horse.
Why are you making it weird?
What do you mean making it weird?
What do you mean making it weird?
Why are you guys making it weird?
What do you mean? What do you mean we're making it weird?
How is it weird?
How is it weird? I bet Claire's contemplating like feeding the horse to the Giants as a peace offering, but
What is even going on anymore?
I don't know anymore. And I mean this both in and out of character.
We're wonderful.
Ask them if food is easier to find in the mountains than in the forest.
Fair enough. Are you sure the mountains would be easier to find food?
They just sort of look at each other slowly, pause for a second, look back and give a shrug.
But know that the trees don't regrow anymore. They stay dead when you kill them.
Let's see. I'll say to them, the big tree is dead. There'll be no more trees regrowing. Once they're gone, they're gone. And I have an offer for you both. This one needs help in her town. We need your help to clear land, to grow food, to rebuild. If you help, they'll give you food.
They sort of pause and think long and hard on this one. Certain sense of desire lurking there, but they're not completely sold on from what you can tell, or at least the way they act. But they still don't quite say exactly. They just sort of,
They're thinking about it, Claire. Told them that if they help, they would be able to have land cleared. Trees wouldn't come back. They would get food. But they're not convinced. At least, it doesn't seem like it yet.
Okay, tell me how to say, the tree took my home, and it took your home, and now the tree is dead. We can make new home together.
Oh,
new family.
I'll tell her to say exactly that. Or whisper it to her so she can say it herself. And if it's broken, I'll correct it here and there.
Will they react?
I sort of pause, thinking. Eat lot, though. Most small don't want to feed. Get chased with pointy sticks.
Hmm.
They're
That's
saying
big.
that.
Oh, right,
Yeah, I'd be translating that to Claire, basically. Yeah, in this case, I'd just simply say it like, yeah, they're worried about being chased.
We're not gonna chase you anymore. Because before, we weren't friends. We weren't family. It won't be easy. But we will help each other. And if you don't want to, that's okay.
Feel like
I'm not going to let the tree take my home from me.
And I will whisper to her to let her say exactly that.
This is just a game of telephone.
It basically is. The RP session of telephone.
Oh, there you go. You've got the new YouTube video name.
Hmm. I do feel like noting that. Well, I guess neither one of your characters would have much knowledge on the hill giants. Hmm. To the pause and say, if feed will help, eat a lot though.
So what do you say?
Sorry, I got a little distracted with actually being handed bacon at the same time. But essentially telling Claire, well, they're definitely worried about food. They eat a lot. They would need a lot. And if they're going to be clearing land, I imagine they would expect to be given food in payment before anything else. Pretty much like I said too. Figured it was going to be the case.
We don't have much food right now, but I can hunt for some food and share some of what I do have. I might not be able to provide you all of the food to keep you full now, but in the future, together, we can both not be hungry.
Game of telephone later.
I will let her say that and also add this. We all will struggle for food here. But if we all work together, we can change that. There is plenty in these woods. There is still things that live. There is still food to be found and gathered and grown. and we can provide for each other. But we need to work together, or no one gets any food. The mountains have rocks. There will be little food there.
Oh, wait. They said they were going into the mountains, right?
Yeah.
You should warn them that, just in case they decide to go, to be careful of the dragons up there.
There are dragons there?
Yeah, like big scaly things with wings.
Okay. I'll tell that to them as well. And there are dragons in those mountains. Bigger than you. Bigger than me. Bigger than everything.
To be fair, it's not hard to be bigger than Mouse.
Yeah, but it's a lot harder to be bigger than a giant.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Mouse is bigger than me.
He's like 5'10", I think.
You're almost a foot bigger than me.
What?
Claire's
Oh, you-
fucking short.
Damn, I thought she was taller.
No. Claire's a shrimp.
Damn.
She's 5'2".
Claire's an ankle biter.
So bless
An
you.
ankle fucking breaker. What did the giants say?
They haven't said anything yet.
Ah, yeah, he didn't say he didn't. I mean, even if I did say it, I was just saying, I was taking a second to fucking check it, like fix something. That, yeah, there. Toss the Claire. Claire.
Nobody tosses a Claire.
I mean, so the
I mean, we
Giants.
literally did. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Sort of, hearing all this talk, just go, much talk, too much. Will feed or no?
They want the food or it's nothing. I mean, he looks on the horse.
We can't give them food that we don't have.
Well, and then just Mal's just going to just use his thumb to point at the horse. Granted, that's our way back.
Wait, are you recommending feeding them the horse?
Horse.
Food is food.
But
I don't want to keep that in mind, but if you really want to cement this, that's pretty much what they're asking.
that only settles it for like right now. Even if we did do that.
Your choice.
I mean, I would have liked their help, but I guess we can't.
It is a lot to have to feed them every single day, and they'll keep demanding like this. Not to mention we'd have to be stuck here talking with them the entire time. I don't think any of the others exactly know giant, yeah? I mean,
okay.
sure we can teach, but that would take a while.
I guess we should go back then.
Alright. I just tell the giants, we leave you be then. We'll be on our way.
Stay safe.
They just sort of, one of them gives a sort of grunt, and the other one just looks and goes, "Okay, bye." And they start stomping off on their way again.
We tried.
That was a waste.
Considering that you guys
Is that
are
a
travel
stupid
4
plan?
hours back.
It was a stupid plan, wasn't it?
Could have been worse. They could have just tried eating the horse anyway.
How much food they want. Well, these guys
lot.
apparently a lot. Like, since you guys have resolved the encounter, if you had any knowledge about a hill giant, being what these guys are, you would know that they could eat an entire herd of cattle and then continue eating through everything on a farm and just not stop eating. They don't stop eating. So you guys,
So we kind of dodged a bullet either way.
you
but-
dodged an immense bullet. There wasn't supposed to be combat this session, but I had a feeling there was about to be if you guys successfully persuaded them.
I mean, eventually, probably. Yeah, we didn't exactly mention about them not eating people either. I'll admit that was my thought of like, it sounds like to me the way things were being worded is that if not anything that we could give them, they'd probably consider eating the survivors.
That thought didn't cross Claire's mind, to be honest.
Sure as hell crossed Mel's, but I mean, you're the boss.
That's why I was like, I'm surprised you didn't do a knowledge roll on this, like see what you knew about hill giants, because
I just
you're
went by
asking-
assumption off of just the words that were said, really.
I did a knowledge check on them back when we first saw them, and Claire didn't know like anything about what they were.
Yeah,
But you
just-
rolled awful, if I remember correctly. I think you rolled really low on your attempt.
Yeah, I don't even know anymore. I don't.
Well, I
remember
guess,
that far back.
Cut back to the other guys while we're making our way back then.
Yeah,
From
because
your 8-hour round trip.
Yeah.
that was 8 hours. Oh god, that
Well,
was
if
4
you-
hours.
Yeah, it took you 4 hours to catch up to them and track their trail. Like, it might be a little quicker, but it'll still be probably like 3 hours getting back.
I mean, at
You
that
guys-
point, just on the way back, I'd just be snacking on a ration and feed one to Jill too. In the meanwhile, fuck, we skipped breakfast big time.
Yeah, you guys fucking went way out of your way trying to get those.
Fuck it, I need a snack along the way. What am I hunting?
I'm just gonna quietly move your tokens to the bottom there for.
You think it would be a stupid idea to go talk to those pig people too and ask them if they wanted to settle with us? Because they said they were having food issues, and that's why they were like asking us for food or gold or whatever.
Somehow, I feel like that would work out better, but we also don't know at all where they are, unless they're somehow back in the same ambush spot.
I mean, I feel like they probably would have come back at a later time, but
Maybe.
No. it's probably
Maybe
a
not.
stupid plan anyway.
I'm surprised they didn't eat that alligator of theirs. I don't know. Maybe they did.
Now you're thinking about those guys.
It's just these straws that we're grasping at, and it's like, man, I really wouldn't think about it in any normal sense, but it really does make full sense here to think about it now. But I have no idea. I really don't.
Anyways, back to the rest of the peoples.
Including.
I'm most likely just working with the survivors. That, or I'm trying to figure out some sort of contraption to help with the tree clearing. Trying to design something that can assist.
people at the camp. What's going on?
Sigh, Lingling.
Oh, sorry, my throat's
I'll
going
mute
out.
myself now, so Zai, you can speak.
So it's been 4 hours, give or take, since you've been gone.
Well, you guys have like
you
essentially until noon before we get back.
Oh, dude, no, you guys like even if you guys got up at say 6 o'clock in the morning, like basically crack of dawn type deal, left. It would have been about 10 by the time you found the giants. It would probably be about 1 o'clock, maybe a bit after 1 before you guys return.
Yeah.
Meaning by
Yeah.
everybody else has about, roughly 7.5 hours of time before you got from when you guys left before you returned.
Afternoon. We'll be back in the afternoon.
Oh,
Y'all.
I thought you said wait, I'm brain because you said noon. You said afternoon. I read it as afternoon in my head rather than afternoon as one word. So that is my brain going burr. Anyways, I know we can say Hurst is probably going to be out cold still. Could interact. Dirk could still provide input for Argento if you so desire, you big nerd. But also don't feel you have to if you don't feel up to it. Since you are kind of limited with telling where the token moves and whatnot, but you still could since it is roleplay, not combat. For the other nerds, yeah. What are you guys doing? Fish butt, what are you doing? Missing, sorry, go ahead.
I know she's thinking about it.
I keep interrupting Zig, so I guess Zig has in mind to say something.
I was just gonna say I've already said what Sylvica's up to for the most part. If
Fair
anyone
enough.
wants to assist, him, feel free.
If they can get past the random assortment of children, which is like half the group. Because, of course, you started working on things. It didn't take long before the kids started getting up, and they sort of encircled you a bit, watching what you're doing. A couple of them asking what you're doing, but most of them being sitting quietly, not saying anything, just kind of watching, trying to be, somewhat respectful, despite the fact you can tell they're bouncing. While a few of them have taken to certain.
It seems
Yeah.
the math teacher needs to have a class in session.
Oh boy.
I'm currently looking at my spells to see what I can do. Give me a sec.
I cast Chainsaw.
You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. Take some time to study these trees, figure out ways to be able to efficiently cut them down, then just gather any of the available survivors here at the camp together. And
Utilize
just
child labor.
well, just everybody in general. Just impart, basically hold a little mini lesson of tree logging, ironwood tree logging.
So, Yuffie's probably using her primeval awareness to check for things in the surrounding to make sure it's safe.
Good point. Are there any of the thing? What is primeval awareness detect again? Elemental separation, celestials, dragons, face, fiends, undead.
And natural explorer, so
Bam.
Does she detect anything too?
Mm,
With her magical sense?
These nuts.
damn, I see that in the background.
Huh?
I heard that detect these nuts in the background there. Which one of you fuckers said that though?
Well, I didn't even hear it.
I barely heard it. It was like a faint echo in the background.
What?
Was that you, May, that said detect these nuts?
No.
Oh, no.
Then who said that? I fucking heard someone say
Is
it.
that dark?
Is it Ling Ling?
I didn't say anything.
Doom, you're going
Sick.
crazy. You wanna hear detect these nuts so bad?
These nuts.
Detect these
Zig,
nuts.
hold on, Zig, was that you? Come on. Am I actually losing my fucking shit finally? Actually hearing voices? Like, fucking hell. I know I'm fucking going crazy. Fuck.
No, that was me.
Damn it, Zig. God damn it. I was like, am I actually fucking losing it? Like, am I actually just gonna have to go in fucking like a fucking institution just right? Am I actually finally going insane to the full extent of it? It's like I have thoughts in my head, but I never heard them clear like that. Like that's be a fucking first. That's something going wrong. Some wire crossed somewhere.
Well then, I'm gonna take that as a you don't detect anything.
And now you detect anything. I think it should be just fine. And, most you detect are a bunch of kids, but they're not a part of the list, so you don't detect them with the skill. You just detect them because they're literally around and currently
detect the
pestering
children.
I'm
Aurora.
detecting like game to hunt. Food.
Oh, you-
Enemies.
Oh,
Yes.
that's not what that do.
Like paranormal awareness is focused on aberrations, celestial dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. That's animals would be none of those.
But you could definitely go out hunting for food, and take advantage of your natural explorer here to probably get advantage on the survival check to go hunting.
And oh, whoa, Dark? Would you prefer it was purple slime instead of green? Oh, whoa!
Alright. Yuffie's gonna go hunting.
I was gonna offer assistance because I can locate plants and animals while we're out tracking. As Doom continues to lose it.
Just once this is I will fight you to being asked if he wants the slime purple or something.
I suppose, given the circumstances, that would be a survival from both of you at advantage.
Yeah, I've the spell locate plants and animals if
Oh shit, yeah, that's like super easy. Becomes magical hunting OP.
how do I do this? It's the speech bubble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's been a while. How do I do this again?
So, you're casting that, and you would
Yeah.
discern, like, you'd be like, I want to detect deer, or I want to detect rabbits, or wolves, or bears, elk.
Yeah, we'll go with.
And then you would detect, as long as that, for every cast of that spell, it would let you find one of them, because it's not like, it tells you where the closest one is within 5 miles. You go and you get it, and then you'd have to cast it again to get it to tell you again.
So let's go with deer for one, and then rabbit for a second.
Yeah.
So
Probably a good idea, because, deer usually are in small groups.
so it's /roll, right?
No, you can actually click on the skill, but you wouldn't have to roll a skill. Oh god, because this takes away any impact that your skill has on it, and it's just it will magically tell you. You don't have to roll anything.
I like how there's a spell save there. That doesn't mean I need to roll against that for the fucking gear that he's looking for.
No, it just includes the spell save DC on all spells that he will click on. It will tell you if it requires a save in the top where it's like casting time, range, target, components, duration. Because the target is self, so technically if you saw a spell save DC and thought that there would need to be a save on it, it would be, again, he would have to save against his own spell. But you can always choose to fail for one, and two, it's not actually requiring one. So I guess you two are hunting separately or together?
Probably go together.
Okay.
So I went up towards the north, yeah.
That's so very threatening.
Well, how successful are they, Doom? How many deer do they find grouped together with that cast?
They managed to find a pair of deer moving together, a buck and a doe.
Nice. And then you said you're going to do it again to find some rabbit?
Yeah, see if there's any rabbits out there as well.
Unfortunately, you do not find any rabbits in the
No swabbits.
Oh, there's no rabbits within 5 miles?
within 5 miles. Not.
Uh-oh.
I mean, to be fair, tree problems until literally the prior day.
Mm-hmm. So I inform his remember names. Yuffie that there is 2 deer currently out. Do I know exactly where they are, or just in the general?
Yeah, the spell will lead you to them.
I know that there are 2 deer in the forest that we could go hunt.
Let's get going then. She cocks her gun, even though it shouldn't make that noise. That didn't sound good.
Attempts to make you roll because you're cocking the gun.
What should I roll?
Why would they need to roll?
Roll the strength check just to see if you pulled
Oh,
too
God.
hard or not. You pulled too hard and pulled a piece off of it.
For fuck's sake. Yuffie stands there holding her gun and the other piece in her other hand. That's not supposed to happen.
God damn it! Am I gonna have to fix your gun?
You're
for
gonna
you?
have to fix my gun. Yes.
Ah, damn it!
So Yuffie just puts her gun behind her back and pulls out her trident instead. Fuck this. Go Unga Bunga now. Come on, Aurora. Let's do this. Yuffie holds her trident with both hands and does wide, quiet steps.
No, she just fucking broke a piece off of it by trying to be cool with it to cock it like it was a rifle or something, like a regular rifle. Just fucking went to go to click click and it went click clack, and the fucking piece came off.
I succeeded,
Literally
but I failed, so I guess I missed. Time to roll stealth, I guess. Awesome.
We're just killing Doom today.
To go get the cat. She's throwing up your back.
Still. Where's that?
Awesome. Fantastic.
We are very sneak.
We are very snook. Alright, dude. How we doing this?
Double check spell save.
Well, I mean, it's deer. Hold on, let me just bring up the D&D page for deer for the sake of it.
Hell, usually we just go on the survival. I don't fight a deer too.
Well, it's like like the stealth checked. Yeah, no, the passive perception of the deer is fairly decent, but you guys are well beyond that. So you would be able to sneak up to one of them and be able to land a hit, which it would not take hardly. Basically, I guess. I mean, we could make it in a combat style because survival would make sense, but at the same time, this is also you could actually fail to fight a deer.
Don't test my luck. I know I'm gonna fail on this. I know it.
So roll to hit it with that trident.
I'm gonna stand back a bit and shoot with my short bow.
Oh, bitch.
Okay. So you get one of the deer. Now, did you want to try and shoot the other deer? Okay, you went for the shot. You would land that hit. I mean, I could have you guys roll for damage too, but I imagine it would just not live through that as low a health as it has. So
Yeah, it's a deer.
as I can roll a 1 on the psychic damage, but the piercing's more than enough. So yeah, no. Yeah, deer regular hit points is only 4, so you guys can easily fucking
Demolished
kill a deer.
this deer. Yuffie sneaks up behind the buck, manages to catch it off guard, and shrinks her trident through its neck, killing it instantly.
Ling, of course, takes the shot with the bow at the doe that was caught unaware and surprised. Successfully taking down the pair of deer to bring back.
Alright.
Hell yeah.
Good job.
Dinner.
Let's do this. Yuffie stabs the doe with her trident to carry both of the deer.
Just gonna put this here because I imagine that's what Wrist would go do.
Say
An
you're
excuse for her to not be involved in the RP.
Awesome, I can carry both of them.
Both of them.
Yuffie hoists up her trident and places it one hand at the bottom and the trident leaning against her shoulder, holding the deer and buck up like a flag. Let's go back to camp.
Just had a question. I'm like, you know, I can carry stuff too.
I've got it. This tiny 5-foot gremlin carrying 2 deer.
5-foot gremlin carrying 2 deer, and by the time she gets back to camp, realizes that she may have wanted to reconsider carrying them on her shoulder like that, because blood has managed to not only go down the shaft of the trident, but dripped all over her back the entire way.
That's fine.
Yeah, she's a fish. It'll go right off. Just a little water.
Yeah, the little sticky red water. That's fine, right?
Yep. It won't be there for long. It's fine. I took a blood bath. It's good for the skin.
You know what they say, you are what you eat.
Hey guys! If he calls out to the others with Aurora, we brought some game. Goes over to Sylvic and drops the deer right in front of him.
Not exactly my wheelhouse.
But you could do cooking though, right?
Not really.
Yuffie looks at Argento. Argento? Can you?
Will be butchering under survival.
Yeah.
Someone control over already to do. Well, actually, I probably could do something. I didn't have to do these things.
Survival would be the skill for.
Mm-hmm.
So someone go with survival can do good.
I'll do a survival check to
You
butcher.
remember to be
You can
honest.
do advantage since we're doing it together.
I guess I'll come to that.
Awesome.
Just waiting for you to hand over the gun.
I feel like, technically speaking, I could have someone take control temporarily.
Send it to Yume so he gets off of Minecraft.
Hey.
Get off of Hypixel.
No.
Out near man
I'm,
like
I'm
that.
still doing D&D.
How dare you
Yeah.
not concentrate on D&D?
You ho.
I literally just
Ow.
got back from like the worst trip in the
Stop
fucking
touching grass.
bathroom.
Come touch
There you go,
D&D
Yume.
grass.
You now have more work to do. You are guiding the Dark's commands.
The tree he goes, he touches grass.
Adorable.
I'm kidding.
Zoomies.
Come have Argento help us dismember these deer.
Does Argento want to dismantle the deer?
Don't make you
Just-
put on the
just
deer
sounds
head.
weird.
She will.
Is Argento squeamish to butchering? Okay. The butchering Argento goes.
It's a good thing that fire isn't going at the moment. I'd be tempted to do something stupid again.
He wouldn't walk through fire.
You mean
That'd be the joke of being close enough that his tail would catch on fire.
That's just rude.
Exactly. You say these things in spite of knowing exactly how I am and have been this entire campaign.
Game's got a point.
That's just outright rude. That's one butchered deer. Nice. Fair.
So what are you doing, Sylvic?
Unless you're giving me that gun to fix, I'm trying back to my notes to just continue what I was working on.
Oh, yeah. Yuffie hands him her gun that she accidentally click-clacked. I might have used a little bit too much strength.
This was a welded piece on your gun. How the hell did you pull it off?
She does a tee-hee pose.
Sylvic's just gonna smack Yuffie upside the head with the broken piece before walking off to go fix the damn thing.
Ow!
It's also worth noting the antlers are going to be extremely short. Just for a information note, because of it
The
being
buck had tiny antlers.
because of it being spring. Remember, it was winter not long ago, and they shed their antlers every winter.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
right.
So
I'm not a hunter.
See, I was like, wait a minute, thinking about this, so I looked it up to double check it. It's like, yeah, no, they would have hardly any antlers. They've just started growing again because they would have shed them. Because the buck sheds each year. Let's think if it's a different breed.
This piece isn't even supposed to come off.
If he looks like a
Is this about
kicked
the time that
puppy.
we'd be back?
I'm sorry. So me and Aurora are dismembering both deer, taking out the organs and cleaning the blood and whatnot. The skin, the bones,
Bleeding the blood? I didn't know the blood was that dirty.
draining the blood. Motherfucker,
There
English
we
is not my best language.
What do you mean? Your only language.
Shut up.
Wait for it.
Shush.
My only means of communication is not my best language.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, I took advanced English for 3 years. It's not my best language, okay?
Sometimes you know you share a brain cell with someone when you were thinking the exact same thing.
Oh, I almost said it right away, but I waited. I was like, hold on.
Same here.
I love this one. I really do. Oh my god.
I'm back. Sorry, somebody was at the door. What happened?
Good. You don't want to know. Carry on, please. For the sake of sanity. Pretend
Is this about the point that we would be coming back?
Yes. Question mark?
Probably, yeah, because I think they all woke up late anyways, and then they went off hunting and came back, so it would be probably around that time, especially considering the butchering and whatnot.
None of us, they slept in a little longer while we were out in the early morning.
So it would be roughly around that time. You know, finally you guys trotting in on the deer, or on the horse, I should say, on the deer. Deer's dead. You know, good old Mouse at the front, Claire behind, a clear footprint on Mouse's, you know, armor on front for everyone
What do
to
you mean
see.
a Claire footprint? What? Claire didn't
Clear
care.
footprint from the
Oh.
horse.
We went out
from
and
the horse.
I gave you step pieces. What happened apparently?
Oh, motherfucker, no! No. Vetoed! No!
I don't have V-toes. I have normal toes.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have a fucking deep vein thrombosis. Today on this episode of Mal's Existential Crisis featuring Yume.
When we get back, I'm gonna take the sword from where it's strapped to the saddle and sling it over my back. I'm gonna go clear some of the trees on the road. You could tell the guys what we did or not. I don't care.
They'll probably ask soon enough anyway.
And Claire's gonna go off to fell some trees.
And possibly hurt herself in the process.
Nope, I'm gonna use my echo.
Yeah, that works. Wait. Hold on. Why didn't you have your echo guide the horse?
It can't interact with objects. It can attack, but it can't do things like, say, open a door by the doorknob or whatnot. I could have it attack the door and smash it open.
There are visible dots over Mal's head as he processes the idea of the echo can attack, but it cannot interact with things. Huh. Magic is weird.
I just imagine it, like Claire's arms just fucking completely non-working, and just is like, I need to get this door open. Kicks the door a couple times. Is just like, fuck it. Summons Echo. Echo busts down the door. Good
You say
enough.
that like my kicks wouldn't bust it down.
It'd be the joke of failing to kick it down once and just being like Echo time and just completely bust it. You know how
Somehow I
these
feel-
rolls have been so far.
The horse saw the power of my legs.
You
I'll
don't
show the
want to
horse
know
power,
the
too.
immediate thought in my head. I'm sorry, is just it's Echo in time, and she echoed all over the place. I'm sorry. You just in the background just says, "Shut up." Just shut up.
I fucking can't.
I know. Oh, God, okay. I'm going to hell for that. I'm very.
Okay, now that Echo in time is over, you can you might want to wash off the proof of your steppies.
Yeah, you're walking into camp and you just fucking forget there's a fucking horse print just stamped onto your armor, clear as day. Just everyone can see.
Yep, a very clear footprint.
You know, some horses giggling, or not horses, kids giggling at the horse. God damn it! That poor horse is getting mixed up with deer and children now. That sounds wrong every other way, no matter which way you go with it.
I'm sorry.
You're
Can
forgiven.
we just make a soundboard clip of that real quick?
You know, if you wait,
Yeah, are you good there?
It's had to take a drink just for you. His retort about fucking spit water out of my fucking water. Whales, I was already hydrating. Try to anyways.
Okay, quotes. Here
I
we
need to
go.
hydrate you with some fucking holy water.
Fucking weeds, I love it.
What, just Doom's wheeze?
Well, that was me still taking another drink of water.
Oh, here's something to drink.
I get the majority of that message quoted down on the handholders.
God damn it. Fucking hell.
Today's a really special session, huh?
Yeah, it seems to be that way. Something like going a month and a half without one really fucks everything up, don't it?
Mm. So, yeah, Yume, you're back. Hey, look, there's people skinning a deer.
What do you mean make it so weird? What's weird about saying, hey, there's people skinning a deer? Goes to chop down a tree with the power of an echo. Okay.
Just echoing through the forest, you just hear the occasional slam of a
If a tree
sword.
falls in the forest with no one around to hear it, does it still make an echo?
I'm just gonna say, oh hey, Chris. Okay. See you around. It's Claire. Take the horse with me by the reins, bring it into camp, and just say, hey, what's going on here? Is that a deer?
No, it's two deer. What are you talking about?
Well, don't everybody talk at once.
Wow. Listen to how loud everybody is. I'm getting an incredible experience right now.
I'm just imagining the kids are just sitting there. They're not saying anything. They're too busy giggling at Mouse as he walks in. The others apparently just haven't registered the situation yet. Somewhere you see fucking, Claire's best friend just kind of laughing, but she's trying to hold it in. So you see her keeling over behind a fucking stump in the background, like somewhere over here.
I mean, Mal is just doing his best not to pay any mind to it at the moment.
For what it's worth, Silvic ain't paying the least bit of attention. He's currently growing over Yuffie's bullshit. Since he's fixing her gun.
Yuffie starts to wipe off her blade from dismembering the deer and looks up at Malice and just busts out into jovial laughter. Malice got steppies! It just starts losing her shit.
You're helping with the butchering. I mean, fair. Argento's helping with the butchering, or not.
He just puts his fingers at his temples and just goes, "Why did I even bother?"
So, actually, that does get Silvic's attention. He just looks up. Oh, not another one.
What do you mean another? Oh.
And he holds up Yuffie's gun and the piece that he's currently working on, which you're pretty sure shouldn't have come off in the first place.
No, it definitely should not have come off. It's weird that it came off, but it came off.
Just look at Yuffie. Look at the broken piece. Look back at Yuffie again. And you said these guns were good?
Yuffie does a tee-hee pose, all covered in blood.
It's a tee-hee pose.
Don't even know.
Tee-hee is basically like standing on one leg, sometimes with the other leg being angled or even possibly lifted in the air, a peace sign, sometimes winking with the tongue out, kind of just this silly ass, goofy expression. That's a tee-hee pose.
The very scuffed one that she posted in the mute.
Yeah, below the one I put.
God damn it.
Oh yeah, there are those without the piece as well as another variation. Someone who just put it up like that. So yeah, there you go.
Good to know Atlantis is full of weebs. Anywho.
What?
Well, aside from that, just don't worry about me. It's just horse was acting up. I'm fine. Probably just buff this out with a cloth or something. So I take it you all went hunting, huh?
Yep. You were gone. Seemed like the best option to do.
Rather ironic considering what we were just talking about as we had gone out. Aurora, I don't imagine you'd be familiar with a pair of giants that were from the land around here, yeah?
No, I had never seen any giants through the forest.
Well, you're lucky. There was a pair that were leaving the forest as we had been entering in initially. They were trying to get away from the giant tree and the whole situation that's going on right now with this ironwood and everything. Claire wanted to see if she could convince them to come into the area around here, help clear out the woods, free up the land, and hopefully, be of some assistance. But at the very end, they weren't really too keen on it. We did talk with them as best we could, but they wanted none of it. They just wanted food the entire time.
Would that have even ended well?
Hmm?
Would that have even ended well? They're giants.
The He shrugs. I don't know. From the sound of it, all they would have been worried about and cared about was just having food, and we weren't just about to give the horse up to him. Aside from that, though, all good otherwise.
Here, come here, Mal.
Yeah? Hold up. There.
And Sylvic will reach out with the broken piece he's working on, just tap Mal's armor chest plate. And just buff out the dead with a minting cantrip.
Oh. I mean, I assume it's good now? Do
I mean, I imagine a mending would fix it, yes.
Yep.
I mean, it wouldn't fix your pride, but we've assumed that's already been dead since, like, session 3, I think.
What pride? I got scared by my own reflection. Fuck that.
That's why I said.
Mal doesn't have any pride.
Okay, fair. Session 2. Correction. There we go.
Yeah.
When he popped my eardrums.
Pops the eardrums, session 2. Session 3 got scared by his own reflection, you know. Actually, no, I think he got scared by his own reflection in session 2, too, didn't he? He did it, like, back to back. Like, what? Mouse has 0.
There's a lot that happened. I'm gonna be honest. I've lost track at this point.
Between scaring yourself, blowing eardrums out, getting a fucking, you know, mask dropped on top of you that you thought you would catch and instead just got flopped by, you know.
Yeah, I've kind of been the comedic relief of a lot of just random shit happening and things falling over or getting crushed by
It's
something.
all, and almost all of it's been from bad rolls with the dice too.
RNG has not been a friend, mistress.
Emotional support bucket, mimic, eating your head.
Yeah.
You
Also
failing to
plant.
get the mimic off and just kept on fighting with it.
And then later having a giant man-eating plant on your head.
I've had a lot of stuff try to eat my face at this point, I'm gonna be honest.
Fucking hell. Yeah.
The memories, how I don't want them.
Oh, too bad.
This is a hell of a campaign, I'm gonna be honest, just thinking about all of that. Just, man, there's been many things my characters have been, but really just like thinking about it and just be like, wow, this is the first time my characters have literally just been the comic relief of the entire party like this. What the fuck happened?
I mean, it's not just your character. I think there's been everybody has dealt with something at one point or time and another that has led to the just comical. Yours just happens to have a slightly higher saturation, but I think Lingling's well, not even Lingling's been a victim of it. Session 1 of joining.
Lingman literally had a fish lady go on all fours, run up to her in feral fashion for the sake of belly rubs. Like, I don't think it gets any worse than that. No, I mean, to be fair, the same happened to Argento, practically, minus the animalistic going on all fours thing. It just reminds me of that, like, one picture of the U.S. Marine who did that and scared that woman and child. You know the one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just that. That was basically just her running up to Aurora. But anywho, carrying on. Thanks, Silver. Well, I guess at least that's fixed then. But, okay, what the hell happened for UP to... You know what, I don't want to know. At least you got food for now. Yeah, the talking with the giants, nothing came of it, so we're just back. Don't know what we're gonna do, though. I guess we're just waiting on Sherlock whenever he comes back. I mean, I assume that's what we're doing, technically.
Clearing trees is a good idea.
Yeah, that too, at least in the meanwhile.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees. Like, there's a path covered in trees. You guys have to fight your way through the trees to get back, you know. There's an entire town full of trees at the moment.
I mean, it's one thing if it was just trees. It's another thing that they're ironwood trees.
Mm-hmm.
Just the fact that I could barely even stab my sword through it was already a marvel. Now what?
Is there anything else anyone wants to do during the day?
I guess the only other thing I can do is, do we happen to have a good axe or anything that can chop down the trees currently? Or is it just swords and everything we've got?
Your magical sword is going to service you better than a mundane axe.
I mean, I figured, I just didn't know if we had anything else, really.
You could always go searching in town to find some.
Actually, that's true, we haven't really looked through the town. Not exactly much else we can do other than see what's left. And I'd probably go do that if anybody wanted to come along after, you know, fixing up food is done, I'd imagine.
Don't all speak up at once.
I would assume that the preparation of the deer has been complete.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to migrate to not my living room because everyone came back, and war in Ukraine at volume level 40 is too much.
Mm.
Oh. Yeah, that's fair.
My dad's deaf, so max volume. It was picking up on my mic, so I've been muted most of the time.
Yeah, no worries there.
So you said you wanted to go back into the town to search for tools?
Yeah, anything useful at this point, really, just for the surviving out here. We don't even know about anything for food there.
And for that matter,
Give me some time. Probably. Actually, did the town used to have a forge? Smithy?
I'm gonna come back from my tree chopping. It's taking a break. So I can part of this conversation.
Yeah, probably would like just be like, ah, hey, Claire, welcome back.
Hey. Yeah. Of course. I mean, and I'm gonna gesture towards M's dad. I mean, he ran it. You're looking at the smith right there.
Oh, well, that's perfect then.
You know what I just realized while I was chopping trees out there? Why are we chopping trees from the campsite into the village when we should just pack up the camp, have everyone move into the village, and start clearing the village first?
Yeah, as long as it's safe, yeah. No
Well, yeah,
point
we
staying
can't-
out here. Well, it is a new day, and we've already done everything we can around here. Talk to the others, not like it'd be too hard, I'd imagine. Also, wait a minute. Hey, didn't we leave the wagon out in...
I'm pretty sure I would have dismantled that sucker.
I think it did get dismantled and put in the bag.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, there is a cart sitting out there that's currently, like, unless you guys cleared it while you were clearing trees, it's probably still stuck halfway up in a tree at the moment.
I take
Hey,
it that was what was for the camp originally?
Ella,
Yeah.
do you and your dad want to gather everybody up and break camp and head into town?
And she looks at her and go, sure. I think a few of them are out hunting too at the moment, but since you guys brought back deer, it shouldn't take too much.
Okay. Once everybody's back, we'll head into town.
Yeah, if we could clear and get access to the smithy, I could probably make a lot of our lives easier.
Certainly make use of the wood too, if that's at all possible.
Okay. So the plan is go into town, go to Annan's smithy, clear that first, so you can start working, and then Ella, I think you should organize the people to go searching for any supplies that are left in town that we can use. Food would be the best, and then we can start clearing out houses, spreading out, and of course the roads, but in, a circle widening from, the shop, and go from there. Does that sound good to everybody?
Sounds good.
Works for me.
Yeah, works for me.
Okay.
And they give Ellen and give their nod as well.
Okay. Then once everybody's back from hunting, we break camp, or before then we're gonna start breaking camp so we're ready to go when they get back, and then we're gonna head on into the village while we still have some light.
I guess you guys, start breaking camp. Eventually, there's people, trickle in. Takes, about an hour or two, roughly, for everything to sort. Yeah, Ethan's communicating.
Evie's asking about her gun.
By the time the hour's up, I'll probably have it done.
And so, you guys end up as people trickle in. A couple of them bringing in some gear as well. A bit of a grin on a few of their faces. It seems like they hadn't caught nearly as much before, at least for a while. And they pack in what they can, in gathering up everything into the packs that they'd used to haul it there. Some of them just grabbing some loose belongings as well, because not everybody got everything packed up. You see, a couple of the kids even just grabbing little stuffed animals that they had, basically plushies of some variety. It's kind of like their only belonging aside from a little bit. And they sort of, everybody gathers up and heads towards the road, which they realize that the cart they used to get there is currently stuck and needs some getting moving, but they takes basically a few hours of work, and then everybody manages to generally on their way back to town. Which you guys would also probably bring on the horse as well, I imagine. Which,
Well, yeah, it's
Mhm.
safe at this point, so we'd be taking it with us.
Yep.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this Annan's place?
I'm sorry, I was. Yeah, I think that is the correct one for that. Yeah, even though it's an absolute mess. But yeah, that would be it.
Get to clean it.
Oops, there you are. Can't paste it right there, but paste it this way. Okay, have horse. It honestly could take up less space considering the map size is way different scaling wise. But here, I'll shrink the horse slightly.
Am I blind or do I not see my sprite?
You were not blind. Yours is.
You do not see your sprite because it was not here when we originally were here.
Yeah, I'm basically reusing
Okay.
the map. So
You
you
do,
Drag
you do
your,
not exist.
if you drag your name from your
Bloop.
from like your
Journal
character's
on the
system,
side.
yeah,
You just
it'll put
click
your
and
token.
drag your name out onto the map,
Oh,
and you should appear where you drop it.
Yeah. Now there's two. It's
Right.
getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
do anything.
So you see where you have like your characters list where you'd open your sheet and then roll 20
did the
itself.
journal.
Yeah.
Drag your name into the open map. There's
there
your
we go.
token.
There are 3 Claires.
There's a lot of Claires.
There are more than 3 Claires.
Let me be clear.
The echoes are getting out of control.
Claire, I need you to stop playing around with the cloning machine.
No, we need the clones. We have to fix the village.
I feel like we've been in this place before.
Faggot, since you're so dead set on the clones, execute Order 66.
There's no Jedi here.
Execute order 69.
I mean,
Oh,
at this
God.
point, wouldn't. God damn it. That's not stream safe. No bad. No executing that order. Illegal. Prohibited.
I mean, it's a different kind of sleigh, but a sleigh nonetheless. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop.
All right, I'm gonna start helping get the forge clear with Hrist.
And Sylvic.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can break things that need to be broken to get them out, but that's about all I can do with my arms.
I mean, it may only be a minute each time, but I can certainly clear out whatever I can while larger. So that should help.
Don't think we need you to be larger. I feel like you'll be more likely to break something. This house isn't sized for giants.
I mean, on the outside.
How are you gonna clean up the inside from the outside?
No, I thought you're like clearing out trees or something that had grown around.
I mean, there are a couple trees growing inside the building. There's a couple trees that have grown up on the outside, too.
I will break those trees. That's pretty much all I can do at the moment. And then we'll get,
Even if it is going to be oversized, I don't know how exactly chopping a tree with a short sword that's on fire would work.
it's magical. Better than
Oh.
an axe.
But fire. Next to a flammable
These-
building.
These trees are very flame resistant. And just don't trigger the fire enchantment.
I think it's more the joke that the tree is not very flame. Or not, the trees are flame resistant. The house itself is less so.
Then don't trigger the flame enchantment.
You think I
This
can
is
just turn off the fire?
Yes.
I don't.
You can.
I do
That's how
wanna-
that works.
The enchantments on weapons are activated. They're not constant.
I do want to point out this is supposed to be the forge, right? Wouldn't the forge, by its very nature, be flame retardant?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, for the
Usually.
most part.
On the inside, sure. On the outside,
a majority of the building would be made with materials that are not flammable.
Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna.
They wouldn't necessarily be not flammable. It'd be more like they'd be designed to be resistant to heat. They would be in use of, say, wood that has been properly treated to reduce the effects of heat on it. Of course, it's also
regardless-
set up in order to make sure to vent the heat out properly without risking flame catching.
This is a moot point because just don't turn on the fire enchantment.
I'll be honest. Like for all of my time in D&D, I always figured if an item has a kind of enchantment where it would do something as you have it, it's just persistent. So
No, they
as
have
much as the
command
sword
words for
isn't like,
those.
I mean, there are items that are specific for command words, but I figured most items are just like, if it's a fire weapon, sure, it's not going to be like lit ablaze all the time unless it's something really stupid. But
No, they have to be triggered.
shrug. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yes,
Anyways.
clearly your sword in particular has the phrase, in order to activate the enchantment, huzzah! To which you must shout huzzah before every strike in order to properly activate it.
This is just reminding me of that one video series now.
No, Doom. It would be better you just make it Sia.
I am. Oh God, great! I'm gonna be Link. It's not the Master Sword though.
Well, either way.
It's
I'm
a sword
gonna-
of fire, not a sword of light.
Well, either way, I'm gonna chop at the trees with my echo that are in the place. Riss is gonna help move shit out. I'm gonna get. I guess Ella's gonna get the villagers to start doing some searching and bringing shit back here.
I'm not gonna
So
lie, I
whatnot.
thought you said chomp with your echo, and I got very confused.
Yes, my echo
You're gonna-
will eat the trees.
Yes, the
Bon
echo,
appetit.
Have you
Your
seen my
echo.
teeth?
Your echo has become a beaver.
Have you seen Claire's teeth?
that reminded the fucking one videos I watch, and I just imagine instead of saying bon appetit, it'd be bone apple,
An apple
teeth.
teeth.
You know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the shit he's fucking putting stuff, and some of the shit he's ate. One of them he
So?
put basically spam and fucking what was it, bourbon?
Mm. But
Oh, that. Ugh.
how do our efforts go, dude?
Well, I mean, as long as you're using the appropriate, quote unquote, appropriate tools, for the most part, you would have general success on cleaning the trees up a bit. Admittedly, you would realize, for instance, like if your weapon, some of the weapons might not be looking in the best of shape. It might need some mending repairs because they've been kind of beat up from beating the trees. But for instance, like the big fucking sword, well, you've been using an echo for that, so it wouldn't matter, but still.
And it's magical, so it still wouldn't matter.
Magic weapons don't get dull or damaged like that.
Yeah, but if anybody's using anything that's not super, good at this stuff, there would be some chips and dents and possibly some breakage. Of course, most likely the villagers and kids would be probably just trying to clear enough space.
More
With what
debris
little
rather
tools.
than trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'd be doing what they can to clear enough so they can set up the tents for the coming night, because by this point, you guys have spent most of the day probably by now.
Hmm.
You still have like probably an hour or two of light, and that's about it to settle in.
I am going to, as night is settling in and everybody's getting ready to rest, I'm gonna go a little bit further into town, so there are some trees between me and them, and then I'm gonna keep working on some trees, clearing out the area there, and I'll worry about connecting the two areas later on. Just that way I can be by myself.
Also, Aurora, welcome to Belarus, or at least what's left of it.
It's a quite quaint town. Could use a little clearing.
Little's an understatement. But it is Claire's home. We'll be doing what we can either way, but we still have to wait for a particular friend of ours who, rather an acquaintance, who's looking to reach to the capital to have some aid travel down to here. Whenever that does happen, we'll be able to be on our way. But in the meanwhile, make yourself at home. That's all we can really do for now. At least having the forge up means we can work on getting something better to clear out the rest of these trees. I do have to say, Aurora, what have you been doing in the mountains this entire time anyway? What made you come down?
I left the mountains. Well, I went out to try and prove myself in the world to my family, and it didn't go so well. And when I came back, my village, they had left. So I sat around for a while trying to figure out where they went, and I thought the forest would be the best place to go.
So there's a village with your people in the mountains? Or
There was. There was.
It wasn't destroyed, was it? They'd simply
No.
left?
They moved on.
Your people are nomads?
Yes.
Rather odd, though. You'd think they'd at least let you know, right?
I feel that my leaving dishonored the clan, and by the time I came back, they just weren't like they just left because they like, how do I put this? They weren't sure if I would ever come back because of the disgrace of not proving my worth to them.
Sorry to hear that, but at the very least, you're more than welcome to travel with us, odd as it may be. Sure, we may seem like a random ragtag group, but at the end of the day, too, we've been watching each other's backs already for quite some time now. Not terribly long, but, you know, saved each other's skins more than enough times that at this point, yeah, it beats being on our own. Things all around the lands here have been gone to hell.
I have quite noticed this.
Yeah, goblin attacks, giant trolls, waking trees, random cult. Who knows what's next? And apparently dragons in the mountains too. Actually, yeah.
Shut up before you jinx it.
Whatever. Come on, it can't be any. It can't be any worse than what we've seen in the underground. If anything, I'd rather deal with that. Besides, I don't even think we ever finished exploring those ruins at the end. Are we ever going to go back to them, or just...
That's the plan. It's just gonna take some time.
Considering we have to go all the way from here back to Nightshade, yeah. But, no. Someday. I guess we'll make our way across to the other island first. Didn't exactly get to see what was around there for very long when I came from Zenith. And, Sylvik, what do you plan on doing with this forge once we get it back up and running?
Making tools.
Like I said, for the wood chopping, right? Do you have something else in mind?
For the wood chopping.
Is it, or, actually, this is a rather interesting question then. What metal is there in here? Like, for working with? Ingots, ores, that sort of thing?
Well, had some iron, copper, basically whatever I get my hands on is mostly iron, whatnot though. Ain't easy to get the good stuff out here without a mine being too close by. Zen replying, by the way. In case you forgot the name of the blacksmith that, whose house is currently, you guys are currently, quote unquote, renovating.
Digging out of the trees.
Digging up the trees and fixing up the place.
Deforesting.
We're deforesting the inside of someone's house, as strange as that is.
I've seen Stranger.
We've already been through Stranger. I mean, it doesn't really get much stranger than even Sherlock, just saying.
Not really, no. And I'm just expecting him to pop up with some remark to that.
I swear. Alright. Well, I'll stop my complaining either way. I've been running my mouth long enough. It's been a long day. Alright. I'd assume time passes. Unless anyone wants to also go out and interact with Claire or anything of the sort. Anybody doing anything?
I don't think at least I don't think anything different at the moment.
Okay. So I think night comes to greet us, and sleep finds us all. Some sooner than others.
I'm going to go under the assumption that we're just bunking at your place again like we did the last time.
I mean, there's going to be tents in that setup in around the blacksmith there since you guys decided to make that the starting point.
Yeah.
So there's tents to sleep in. There's plenty of mostly destroyed houses to choose from. Not that there's, the best environment to sleep in, but
And Claire won't be back by the time any of you fall asleep.
I was going to say, back by the time any of us wake up, at that point, then I'd be concerned.
She's out past y'all's bedtimes.
I would make a joke of, having Mouse do a fucking wisdom save just for smart assery.
What? Why?
For what? What did I do?
You mentioned yourself being comic relief. Give me that roll.
What?
What roll? What am I even rolling?
Wisdom save.
What?
What for?
I'm confused.
Okay, you don't scare yourself in the reflection of a broken window in the blacksmith.
Motherfucker! I will throw hands with you, Doom!
Fight me, you adorable nerd!
I will literally hop in the VR after all this and boop you to death.
I'll win that fight, you know this.
I mean, probably, but still, I'll try. Catch these fingies.
Ooh.
Not that way.
I guess you guys settle in. Claire's off still after dark. Eeriness, quietness, with the occasional distant sounds here and there. A bit more than before.
What kind of sounds?
Ooh.
What, just... What?
Oh.
Oh, just... owl.
Damn it. I was hoping you were gonna get confused and fall for it.
I'm not. Okay, look, I'm a Pepega. I'm not that stupid. I can be
Now,
kind of dumb sometimes, but I'm not that stupid.
Are you
I don't know.
insulting somebody here? Because I'm sure someone fell for that.
I don't know.
Damn, over here insulting people falling for the pranks.
Man, it's like I'm doomed if I do, doomed if I don't. Fuck off.
Doom is the DMing.
Yeah, I'm the DM though.
Yeah.
Well, not that. Just trying to call me out on all this shit. Racial profiling, species profiling, fucking horse shenanigans, thunder thighs, scary
Hold up
reflections.
now.
Like, bro,
Hold up now.
what am I doing?
Hold up. You were calling me out for having thunder thighs, you motherfucker. That's not a thing that you were getting teased about.
No, I
Don't
know.
you try to say that that was yours.
No, I'm not saying that was mine. That's exactly what I said. And fuck it, them thunder thighs got gains, boy.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, it's either we, bully you a bit, or it makes I the butt of the joke.
The fish butt of the joke?
Yes.
Exactly.
Right. Well,
Oh god, the immediate thing that came to my mind. I cannot say that. It's not stream safe.
Eric's gonna be at chopping down trees again before everybody wakes up. I'm just gonna have her working to clear that shit again. Keeping up the efforts until the soldiers arrive at the very least. Don't know if it's gonna be. Can't remember when Sherlock said it would be.
We may be fast forwarding a couple days from now.
It was said that it would take, I think, a few days, was what was suggested.
Yeah.
Yeah. My question for Doom is, once I've got a working forge, is it possible I could make some tools with as a artificer with some low-level enchantments just to make them effective on the trees?
I mean, you got
Nothing.
the ability to do the enchantments?
I'm an artificer.
That's what I think. I mean, but I gotta double check for the sake of it, because, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't take time. I mean, you might have a professional blacksmith judging you as you do it, just to watch over and probably learn a few things, or make sure you're doing it right at first, but,
Yeah.
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to just, work on and potentially make some, basic tools for the job.
Yep. No, nothing fancy or
I guess
powerful with the enchantments. I just want to make something that can actually efficiently cut these damn trees.
I don't think you would have any specific types of roles you'd have to worry about, unless there's something necessary for doing the enchantment end of it.
I as far as I would know, it probably would just be smith's tools.
Yeah. No, it's just time that it takes to do an enchantment.
Yeah.
But
At
if
least
it's
in this
really basic
particular
and minor like this, then it doesn't take too much time.
Yeah.
Yeah, artificers are just kind of like, their whole shtick is being able to infuse items with enchantments, even if it's only for like a temporary thing. It's possible.
Yeah.
You guys carry on. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Cool.
Okay,
doing
don't
this.
fall in.
Okay.
Well, it's basically guaranteed you'd eventually make them. Like, basically, yeah, you could just work away. It's like you'd probably still be working the next day to clear things more and get the forge repaired from any damage the plants and trees did.
Any blamage?
I said damage.
I'm pretty sure you said blamage.
I said damage.
Somebody say blam. Please, explosion.
Plays cartoon explosion. Insert, random Batman villain flying backwards.
You Wilhelm scream.
So lucky I don't have that on my soundboard or I'd actually play that.
I guess things progress steadily for a few days. You know, you got the forge going, get some basic stuff being, made up so you could work with. Get more trees chopped down, but still barely making a dent in the overall town. Probably cleaning up a little bit. I don't know if there's anything in particular you guys wanted to do along the way, other than praise cheese. Because, somebody requested the praise cheese.
Are we using? What are we using the logs for? Are we rebuilding the walls or the houses?
More or
Back.
less,
My
the idea
back
for
comes
using
in.
the wood right now is like keeping it saved up for either using it to make more tools and rebuild, or other uses like exporting was the idea. At
No,
least in the long run.
I'm stealing a few of those logs for my own usage. God damn it!
Yeah, I do need at least one for my own purposes as well too. But granted,
How
I
are you
then
gonna
also
carry an entire log?
Well, yeah, I was
bag
gonna.
of holding.
I was just I could wild shape and start dragging these logs around to where we need them.
What we were gonna wild shape into.
A rhino. Rhino could probably move them.
Do you know how? Have you seen a rhino?
I mean,
Does your character know what a rhino is?
oh, so I have to physically know or see the animal to wild shape into it.
Yeah, that's how it works
Okay.
for Druid. For
All
Druid,
right.
it's that you need knowledge of the animal in some form, seeing it, interacting with it, something of the
Okay.
sort, and then you can turn into it. That's usually been the case. That's why like Druid is like a really, really wacky thing, because this can also apply to homebrew creatures.
I just realized something. I'm looking at the loot sheet here, getting ready to add some ironwood logs, and I see that I've got gold that hasn't been distributed yet.
Good job.
Doing? From when?
I don't
Was it from
know.
the pirate ship?
It may have been.
Who has it not been distributed to?
The
All of
party.
us. I feel like we probably forgot to distribute gold when it came to the pirate ship, or it might have been forgotten to be deducted. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was the. I think it's likely.
Crab battle?
Yeah, I forgot to distribute from the pirate ship.
Oops. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first. Wouldn't be the first time we fucked up something like that.
I mean, it ain't like you've exactly had anything to spend it on, anywhere to spend it, I should say.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna hang on to it now. For now, let it accumulate.
I mean, to be fair, who knows when we'll run into Bargain Bob again?
True. Well, I half expect while we're here cleaning this shit up, he's just gonna pop up somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But
Have a benign Bob that runs a bargain emporium.
I'm still gonna call him Bargain Bob, and you cannot stop me.
Yeah, Dim, I'm going to see if I can stuff 2 of the ironwood logs into this wonderful bag of holding.
Like,
She'd be over there just kind of bouncing up and down. Come on, get in there, kind of thing. Bunch of the kids watching you, fucking.
Considering all the shit I've already got in this thing, I would be surprised if they didn't fit.
Yeah, but you're talking big, heavy logs that you're fighting with.
You've got to get them to go over the bag into the bag in the first place.
It just has to. I just have to be able to bag around it once, and then it should just slide right in.
well, at the very least, you have me here with you, so I'd literally just turn into giant form,
Sure.
pick it up, and drop it in.
True.
Even though I'm a weak fucking noodle, at least I can try that.
Have they roll your strength save for the logs?
Here we go again.
There we go.
In my big fat mouth.
You turned giant, proceeded to try and pick up the log, and somehow ended up falling on top of the logs. Good job.
Or maybe it just bonked me in the head at this point. I don't know. I'm gonna probably suffer brain damage by the end of this.
You didn't roll a 1. If you'd rolled a 1, it might be more than likely it would have been worse.
I'm gonna laugh if I somehow roll higher than you. Nope.
Even, well, you did technically roll higher than me, but
Yeah.
it just isn't higher than me. And Yuffie's not any better. Oh my god. Wow,
Guys,
even
it's-
Yuffie.
Kind of struggling to get a fucking set of logs into a bag of holding.
Worst case scenario, if we can't do it, then fuck it. I'm just gonna take one of them anyway, because I actually need one for a project of a kind.
Yuffie's 15 work.
I would say you'd be capable of picking up just fine with a 15.
Okay, so we've got 2 logs to work with now.
Now you've got to get the third one in there.
I'm just gonna take that one myself. Fuck this.
I mean, 1 should be more than enough for whatever you've got planned. I picked up 2 just to be, just be safe.
Yeah, no, one is fine.
Yeah, 1
So-
for you, 1 for me.
Yep. I plan on making crossbow bolts.
A log is more than enough.
Yeah, but I'm gonna need a lot of bolts.
One log would be like several thousand bolts.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is probably what I'm gonna need.
By the end of the
The rate
campaign.
that
What do
I've
you
already
think we're gonna do?
Do you have any idea what rate I go through my bolts? I've already gone through like 200 in like 3 combats.
Pick them back up when you're done.
I try to. It's a little hard to when you fight a crab in the water in a giant tree.
It's called not littering. You lawless bastard.
You got that right, lawless indeed.
The number of fucking crossbow bolts you fucking use up and then lose in the middle of everything. Hell, you lost a bunch before when fighting with the fucking goblins the fucking one time because you fucking couldn't go pick them up. And then they
More wasteful than Reaper with throwing away his shotguns and pulling out new ones every time he needs to reload.
Exactly. In my case, I just want to mention, remember those heavy crossbow bolts that I made like 100 of a while ago?
Mm-hmm.
I have 1. Just 1. I have 12 regular crossbow bolts. I still
Hey,
have
man.
components to craft more. I have 70 heavy crossbow or heavy bolt components, but I just haven't used them yet. Yes.
Get good.
Wow. I've just been meaning to say in the downtime for a lot of this, I really should be spending time working on the bolts to
Okay.
make more of them.
So day 3 is when you finally remember and start working on it. Got it.
Yeah. What kind of roll would I need to make for actually making more of the bolts? Because I still actually do have like 70 of these components, and I have the tools and everything.
You would,
Wood
considering
carver.
you have we're like that. Wood carver, probably, yeah. But you'd probably eventually manage to make them.
I mean,
It would be
I think the
something
tougher
like,
would be if you're trying to make new bolts with the fucking log you just got.
yeah,
Are
that'll
you-
be
That'll
later.
take more time and effort.
That'll
Are
be
you
later.
proficient with your toolkit?
I am.
So proficiency plus dexterity.
I mean, if that's the case, good.
You can set up an actual skill on Roll20 for it.
I already did. But yeah, that would be one thing with Smith's tools. Actually, I think I technically have advantage. Oh no, correction. My proficiency bonus is doubled, so that actually would be 20. Hold on, wait. 21.
So the 3 is your proficiency bonus, then it
Yep.
would be 6 at that point, which is 321 because it's just 3 more on top.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty
I
good.
think at that point, does this work? Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Expertise. That works. It basically, the fire rune gives me this.
That's a lot of reading, homie.
Just the first part. And I am indeed proficient with smith's tools.
You've got better. You've got a better overall bonus than I do. I'm pissed.
Good morning, Dark. They've had some comical things. I don't know when you passed out, but they've moved. Everybody's moved to the town. It was currently, working on cleaning it up. A few days have been passing because we've been doing fast forward a little bit.
I'm just gonna keep clearing logs. I know they have their like crafting things they're doing. I'm just gonna keep clearing the place, and I'm gonna keep doing what I messaged you.
Yeah, more or less. We have like little projects that we're doing in the downtime that we have right now. Been spending our time talking about stuff going on otherwise, and probably just what we could be planning on doing. But for the time being, we're waiting just to see whatever goes on with Sherlock Bones getting in contact with the capital.
Yeah.
It's pretty much been about maybe, this would be like day 2, day 3, who knows now at this point.
This night, every night, player's gonna be staying out later past when everybody goes to bed.
Just imagine her to just pass out the whole time. Lame. I mean, the player can, normally is in control did pass out for a while. So who knows? Maybe he did. Maybe he went and messed with certain things again, and
Wakes up in the tree by the old camp. Everybody's gone. His mouth is dry as fuck from his hangover from his high.
God,
No, I'm kidding.
that'd be a hell of a thing, just saying.
Wait, did I dream everyone up? Was no one real?
That'd be so fucked, just say. But yeah, I guess it is safe to say at this point, like, unless anyone has any specific plans on anything they'd be doing for the next couple of days, like, pretty much my plan is just working with the rest of the bolts I have and seeing about taking any of the ironwood and using it to either make. Actually, yeah, I think that's what I'd do. I'd see about making a crossbow with them.
Yeah, it's gonna take time.
yeah, that one's
Yeah.
definitely gonna take some time and effort there.
I am perfectly fine with that, although I don't exactly know how ironwood would do for making a crossbow.
Probably not very well, actually. Thinking about it.
Well, it's like
Maybe.
the body base would probably be fine. Making the actual
The limbs.
Arms.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
arms of it could be that. If you go too thin, they still could break, even if it is ironwood. Go too thick, and it ain't gonna move it all for you because it's ironwood.
Fantasy materials. Lovely. Yeah. Well,
I mean,
At the very
You don't want it too thick or too thin. You want it just right.
hell yeah.
Just the right amount of thickness.
which you would probably be a lot of trial and error if you haven't ever worked with ironwood before, so you'd be making a lot of work on it trying to mess with.
I have an entire log to work with. I think I could totally do it. The big project for Mal begins. I'll have to keep a record of this. I will make an item in my inventory just called Let's see. Ironwood.
Project
crossbow.
Ironwood.
Yeah, just Project Ironwood crossbow.
Which also you would probably need good enough tools to work with in order to shave it down and process it as well. Don't know if your base tools are capable, technically.
I can apply the runes that I have to them.
I guess fair enough.
If anything, that's probably what I would do. Worst case scenario, I could literally just put that fire rune that I have, inscribe it onto my smith's tools. That ought to work.
Right.
That'd be definitely. They're like, even if he ends up in a situation where he needs more ironwood, the entire town is currently still being filled with ironwood trees that they're slowly chopping through, trying to break down one by one because the whole fucking forest turned into ironwood.
I'm assuming this is probably like a log the size of like an oak tree, like a generally decent sized oak tree. They were growing rather fast and were really hard to chop down, and it more or less replaced the entire standard woods. So whatever logs we did get and shove into the bag of holding we've got one spare and one that I'm planning on using for at least trying this kind of project for my character.
It's like, I imagine since you're working on it to try and make the crossbow, you'd probably, even with the right tool,
I probably
Probably
would
take,
still
like,
need
a-
other materials.
oh yeah, you'd probably still need other materials, but it also just attempting to make the limbs would probably take most of a day to do each time. So you'd probably want to roll for each day of attempting to get the limbs sorted out.
Oh, do you want me to do a new roll now? I did one before.
You did the one before it was
Yeah, that was for the heavy bolts that I had. I don't know how many of those I got through, or if I just finished up the 70 that I had.
Well, I guess because it takes you what, a few hours to make up a bunch, and you had a good number. It probably would have taken you like a day to finish making up, and probably do other stuff in between. Unless you focus solely on it, then it definitely would have been done.
Probably would have been a mix of that, or mix of working on that and doing some other things to clear up the rest of the forge. I
So,
am
yeah,
using the forge
so-
after all, to, like, kind of speed up things along. Otherwise, I'd just be using the raw tools on my own.
So yeah, you'd probably have spent a day doing that, and then there's a couple additional days that you could have started maybe working on the project for the crossbow in between. And I imagine just working on limbs, like a roll for each day to try and see if you make any progress or not.
Gotcha. I'm gonna assume I finished up using the rest of the components, so...
Yeah, that's why I figures one roll is plenty for that, because it just takes time. And you did a good roll, so you probably just would have worked away until you got through.
And there we go. That is 7. I now have 71 heavy crossbow bolts. I will try not to use them all in one place.
No guarantees.
Yeah.
Concern.
One new roll, and that is the first attempt on limbs.
So you get 16. Trying to think of how to. Since it's a material, it's hard to work with. Now enchant those crossbow bolts. The way he goes through them, I don't think he'd want to chant them. He'd never get them back. But I would say that 16 is decent enough to make some progress. I don't think it would be. You basically managed to get a pretty good idea of the size and shape to properly make the limbs. If you wanted to make an additional roll to see if you continue making progress on the second day.
Like, I don't know how many of these rolls should I just, like, literally do?
Like, I would just say like one per day during time skips, just because this is a
Well,
project.
How many days until the guards arrive or the
Well, that's
soldiers
what I
arrive?
mean. Like, how many days are we skipping here? How many rolls am I technically making?
I mean, if we're just skipping fully forward until soldiers arrive, probably around, I would say 5 days, just to keep it reasonable based off the distance and the fact that they are going to be mostly working their way through part of the forest to get there after a point, so things would slow down in their progress. So yeah, so probably 3 more rolls would be.
Well, okay then. That's a decent one. Dip, dip.
Well, so day 1 you made some decent progress. Day 2 you didn't make much of any progress trying to work with them. Day 3 you fucking had it down pat, and day 4 you definitely got pretty far. So you got probably mostly shaped. You got the limbs pretty much ready to try and test. You got the body sorted out. It's like it took a lot of work, but you have like the bigger parts mostly sorted. It's just now trying to get the components, and because of how day 5 went, you had no luck in actually putting it together yet. You're gonna need some work on trying to actually assemble to get the limbs fully attached and keep them in place, and as well as all the mechanisms and that. But you may wish by that point, since you had a bad day, you may even want to seek help or something. But I don't know. That depends on whether you want to do that or not.
The only other person we have that does any sort of engineering would be Zig, so that'd be entirely up to them. Otherwise,
Well, I mean, it would require you to ask them too, technically. Remember,
I
this is
mean-
RP session. You ain't,
Yep.
you know.
I mean, if there's
You-
one
you
thing
can-
Mal would try to have pride in, it would probably be his own handiwork. So maybe in this one, he'll probably try himself. And worst case scenario, then we'll see. Because when it comes to his ranged weapons, he does not take any substitute. If
Also,
he can't work
the
on it himself,
Dark-
he'll have a hard time with it.
Fair enough. And Dark, I believe, wishes to have a roll done for RG to
Start
look around
investigating.
for useful. Yeah.
I believe that would be a perception.
Oh, I do have access to Argento's sheet. Okay, so investigation, you said?
Oh yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Oh
investigate.
my lord, these stats! Whew.
Yeah, he
Holy
is the Reaper
cow.
of Death.
Alright, investigation. Oh my god, he has a +8 in investigate. Oh my god!
Jeez.
Jeez.
Damn, son!
Hmm. Okay.
Argento is the final boss of our group. Yeah, ain't that right?
Also, say goodnight, Thor, you big adorable
It's getting
Spino.
very
As you
warm.
do. Well, with that kind of investigation check, if there was anything to find, RG's definitely finding it.
What were you looking for, Dark?
Yeah, what?
Something useful.
Useful.
What do you mean? If there
Yeah.
was anything worth finding, Doom? You are the one who knows what is worth finding. You should tell him.
That too.
I feel like it's a what part of town does RG dig through? Because there's a lot of town here. So what part does RG go to and start looking for that kind of role?
Would you ask me at all about the layout of the town, Archie?
We're good at this.
Or do you just want to pick an area of town at random, Archie? Okay. So, this area over here is essentially where the more well-off people live, the more, important aristocratic type of people, as in like the merchants' families and whatnot, are more important. The Lord's Manor was also off in this direction. The church is up here. This is just like the main living section, for commoners. It is also sort of up here, but this section is more along the lines of the trade area. And then this is where the barracks is. And of course, the graveyard.
It was also the lower section that you,
Mm.
which was down. Where mentioned it?
I mentioned it. If you're talking about this area down here.
You did the nobles part, but you didn't do the other section in between it and the lower end housing.
It's kind of like
It's like a little rough area there. Yeah, which is probably just housing, I'm guessing. Right?
Yeah. It'd be more like you're starting to get towards better housing this direction. This is lower clays.
I somehow imagine all the nobles were already gone.
No.
I mean,
There
they're
would be no
gone
reason
all-
for them to know.
I
This
mean,
is
they're
gonna
gone
happen.
all right, but I don't imagine they're in another town.
I mean, you know what I mean. So, like, you'd imagine let's just say we're gonna pull a little Robin Hood over here.
Rather, I'm pretty sure they're the ones that died first out of everybody, considering the direction shit happened from.
Exactly. So
That
why not
noble-
just redistribute the wealth back to the people that need it the most? Yeah.
That
That's just
noble
my
pride.
input.
Noble pride would suggest they wouldn't try to run.
Somehow you'd think that their noble cowardice would be the thing.
It depends on the
So what area
location.
of town?
So you gotta think when it comes to how this country is built. It's built off of multiple different groups that all came together. So
Yeah,
some
there's-
places, which look at the state of the town, like look at the town as if you were looking at it fresh, if it weren't all destroyed. It has a good significant amount of decent walls built. It is, decently well laid out with function in mind. I mean, it's fairly straightforward and actually fairly would have been a decent town in its time. Like, it's not perfect because there is lack of walls towards the back and whatnot, but it still signifies that this town had a certain level of effort put in, and the nobles were not lacking in that regard. Versus, say, another town that your characters hadn't seen, but maybe a couple of your characters might have went to or might have paid a visit to. Well, actually, no, probably not, because it's kind of out of the way. But the second group had visited a town that was significantly worse off. Like, you guys have kind of only visited towns that are really well structured and put a lot of effort in, which means the nobles themselves. Well, I mean, look at the noble you guys dealt with at Nightshade.
Speaking of which,
That's
D&D Group 2 win.
Eventually. So you check the nobles area then? Okay, so let's see. I imagine you'd probably find in your investigation probably quite a bit of gold there. Like, we could just run a fucking random number generation here.
You could always go to also like what I like to use as a dungeon master, like when I'm trying to like generate random loot, is literally just random loot generation tables online. You can look them up and tell them, like some statuses that you want there, like what level the players are, or if it's a treasure hoard or not, and like magical items versus gold coins versus art and valuables and whatnot that we find. Right here, I'll send you my favorite one.
As I use one, and it's just like 1.1 gold. Hold on a second. That seems a bit low for what considering what you guys have gone through.
You trying to cheap out on us, Tom?
Gotta wonder what how low that was. Like, fuck.
I'd like to report this to the labor board. Wage theft.
Let's see. stuff it gives there. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
if I make it like a matching rating to you guys with a treasure board, it fucking dumps stuff there.
Yeah, like when you push it, it gives you lists like this that you're like, oh, well.
Although I do find it interesting because we haven't really. I guess we do have the CP and S means copper and silver, but
Mhm.
Yep.
mostly operated in gold most of the time. With how much you guys spend.
Mm-hmm.
More gold is good. Means more trading with the good stuff.
This might vary the number a little bit.
Yeah, this is only like a thing for you to use as a tool. You can alter it however you want.
As I see damage numbers there as well, which is interesting for.
So what you're probably doing, Doom, is at the very top. You probably see the first drop down is on encounters. You need to click that drop down menu and click on treasure.
I did do treasure.
So up at the top it says treasure, and then you have the challenge rating set, and you put like,
Oh, it's salvage. Okay, that's better. I was just seeing it was including a shield and a bow, and the numbers it was giving, it was showing DMG and a number, although I see that on a potion as well, so.
Hmm.
So much some of these anyways here. Let's see. Oh, those are platinum pieces I see as well. I might roll with this one that it will hold this time and just fucking. Which is interesting. Some of these things are fucking expensive, but. Eh. Actually, wait. No, let me pull it over. Because I feel like that might be a bit much. I know that one seems. The difference between fucking CR4 and 5 is fucking kind of wild, actually.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so Clergy, in his exploration of the nobles area, finds a surprising amount of money, or I guess not surprising considering the nobles areas, but ends up finding like about. Maybe I should write this down somewhere.
And I've got the loot sheet.
So around.
Assuming Archie actually brings the loot to me to the store.
Well, I might drop it in here. And since some of these guys were merchants and whatnot, is going to be a rather sizable amount.
I just got back. How much was it?
I'm currently typing it up to make it a little easier for everyone to see.
As I can do the split here at this point.
Here, so I can keep track of extra details.
Dark, you cool with me adding the spoils to the party treasury?
I can divvy it up from there.
Actually, I'll just- simplify it a bit.
Just simply split that.
I don't know how these he'll get these ones back, but
You can always assume Margie's borrowing the bag to collect everything.
Peru. There we go.
Holy sweet Russian hugs.
I mean, you are looting fucking
Wow.
no
Holy
nobles
fucking
district.
Shit.
Wow. All right.
A puzzle box?
Uh-huh.
3 barrels of wine, a barrel of ale, a deck of tarot cards. Oh boy.
At least,
Someone say
At least-
cards. Oh, tarot cards. Okay.
And the cloth mantle. Oh, great. So Argento is literally going to become a Grim Reaper of Death with a fancy cloak now, too. Is this thing enchanted, or?
Well,
No,
how it
it's
art?
just a noble's. It's just a cloth mantle.
I mean, it's one of those jokes of how would the RG even know as well.
That's true. It's just like RG just saw like a random mantle and was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna take that too.
It was fancy. It was intact. One of the few things that wasn't completely destroyed. Yes, more cards, tarot cards specifically, rather than a regular deck of cards.
Does the puzzle box sound like it has anything inside of it?
I mean, you could shake it and check.
Well,
There's
that's
a
what I
puzzle
mean.
box.
That's what I mean.
I mean, something rattles around in there.
Well, Argento's the smart one, so I mean, they found it. Hey, Dark, how do you feel about solving a puzzle box?
I want to say, excuse me again.
My shoulder.
Oh.
Those cards just make me think back to like during the first session when Claire got you guys to sit down and play the game of cards that was all about, I guess divulging things from the past and stuff and getting to know each other.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what I was doing with Aurora. I'm just trying to think, like, what is that total out to if you take all of that, like, copper, silver, gold, platinum, put it all together and make it into one single value, because that is just a hell of a lot.
Do you want to know the final amount?
I will.
Wait a moment, because Doom just got us.
I'll math
Well,
that out so you can, because we have to record it by how we get it.
I've got the number. I've got the numbers, the total of everything, as well as the split already ready to go. So if you want, I can give you the totals of everything together.
Let me open that spreadsheet link. Oh, holy shit!
Just remember, I reduced the fucking rating on it in order to try and give it more decent. And when I rolled for the 4, it drops it to almost nada in terms of actual money Like, it is kind of silly, actually. The difference between 4 and 5 in the CR. And then 7 is barely an increase from fucking 5.
Which is actually rather sad. I mean, the total value in this right now of like per person is, yeah, it's actually not as much as you'd think at the end of the day, but it is a pretty good amount.
Yeah, it ends up being about 3,014 gold pieces and 3 copper pieces and 7 platinum.
No, but like per person, it's like a little over 450.
I technically reduced the platinum down too. It wanted to
Yeah,
give
it's good that you did.
140. I was like, hold on, 140. That seems a bit much in the platinum department.
140 platinum.
But if I roll for CR7, it gave me a 70, which is still a lot of platinum. Let's be honest. But
That's 7,000 gold. Like,
yeah,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, I made adjustments.
Understandable, really. Even though, like, I understand by going by base D&D logic. Oh yeah. Everybody
I
gets
mean,
one.
you guys will fucking probably spend it in no time. I mean, look how quick you guys spend the stuff in bargain bombs.
So I just posted the split in the resources tab.
Gotcha. That works. One plat for each of us. Claire does not take her portion.
Fair,
No.
actually.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, literally looting her hometown, like, very fair. But
In a way, it
And-
does feel like this should go more towards the town, but it is interesting that this is all that was here to begin with.
Oh, dude.
So do we want to take the money, or do we want to give it to the town?
I don't think there's any real use for money around here yet.
Not
To be
for a
honest,
while.
it's gonna take some time to get everything built back up, and then the roads opened up again for trade to happen.
I'll give a shrug, considering this is your home.
I don't know. I don't know about these things. Money's never meant anything to me. I didn't have much of it growing up, and I had a good life. Sort of.
I would say in this case, putting it towards the town would definitely lead back towards just whatever supplies may be needed. But from honestly the look and sound of it, it's not even supplies, it's just people. There's work to be done, and there's already the supplies all around. Only other thing to be worried about would just be any kind of food, really. And importing anything that would need to be rebuilt, like stone. But what's the point when there's all this ironwood? It's practically stone growing out of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But the rest? Yeah, another story.
The healing potions are something we can definitely benefit off of.
Yeah, that's definitely something that would be handy for as we continue on. And all the drinks, I mean, everybody here will be happy. Not us, the others.
I'm definitely gonna need something to drink.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a few barrels.
yeah, literal barrels that survived everything.
Yeah, good stuff. And I guess it's still
welcome back,
myself.
Dark.
Oh, welcome back, Dark.
I'm gonna say
You found a lot, by the way, to say the least.
Mhm.
well, I'm inclined to say those. There's a lot of gold here. Hell, donating Claire's portion to the town would likely be more than enough to help them get back on their feet.
I mean, there's not much we can do with the gold here in town, but what if we took some of the gold and hired some workers from a nearby town to come here and aid in the rebuilding?
Yeah, when we travel out of here, we could certainly do that too.
Yeah.
Aiden, do you think that would be helpful?
Even Anon?
Annan, yeah, sorry.
Now you're forgetting the character's name.
Hey, it's been a while, all right?
Nah.
We're all kind of like rusty here, but we're trying.
Would that be helpful?
In-
I think
Give me a
Doom's
sec.
dead.
oh,
Sorry,
you got
I was
gifted.
yeah. What was occupied for a second? Anon would look like, sure. I don't see why not. Could use all the help we can get, like you said. This place is a mess. There ain't a lot of us here, but still need some place to live and some proper housing. Sure,
Yeah.
tents are nice and all, but you get kind of tired of living on the floor all the time.
I mean, I've been doing my best to clear out the houses.
You have. Just takes a while. Thank you for that.
We'll get there with everything. Just, yeah. It'll be hard if it's only just us.
And by
What
a
were
lot.
we, I know that you guys wanted to head up north to Prolsteden to go to that one island area for some reason. Why did you guys want to go again?
More
I forget.
ruins, I think. I think it was for
Oh, I
ruins
think-
exploration.
So, you mean to the
There's the
island?
library.
That was the library that's there. Yeah,
right.
like you
the
guys
library to
agreed
find out about
because
the
you,
cult.
Right, yeah. Okay. So while it would be great for us to stay here and help rebuild throughout the whole way, I don't want whatever they're doing to proceed unchallenged. I don't want them to just be able to do whatever they want. I want to stop them. So I think if we go, I don't think there will be any hands to hire at Lockrite, and Prolsteden is pretty far to have people travel, so maybe we head up to Smithsville, and then from Smithsville we make our way to Prolsteden, and we hire some people in Smithsville.
Why not Lockrite? Not the kind of place.
Pretty sure Lockrite is a fort. I don't think there's any actual, civilians or anything who live there. I think that's just a military place. I don't know. Is it just a military place, Doom, or are there actual, is it like a town?
Yeah, I was about to say,
I
is
mean,
it?
being that this is an island based, it probably would still be somewhat including some town, but it wouldn't be a lot of town. It'd mostly just be the families of people like that are in the military living there.
Well, let's wait and see. The soldiers should be arriving today, and I know they'll be bringing help with them, but let's see what they have to aid the town, and then we can decide what the best bet is to do.
Yeah.
Because if they bring a bunch of workers and whatnot, and they're going to be here for months helping rebuild, then there's no point in us hiring any extra hands to come help.
At that point, we could just see about sending any other supplies over back to here. Anything anybody else would need, because obviously there's still the food situation too. Farmland's pretty much all covered, so.
And from what I recall, Smithsville is, Pearlston is going to be a bigger trade hub than Smithsville, so we'd have a better chance of finding goods that would help there. And if they're getting shipped, then they're probably going to be shipping by sea to Smithsville and then into Belarus.
Yeah, so we can see what we can get arranged then. 400, over 400 gold and a platinum should be more than plenty. I hope.
Okay. I suppose, Knives, can you keep a hold of my share then, and we'll use my share to buy whatever the town needs?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. God, I'm sore. Ugh. Can't wait to be able to use my arms again. It's really freaking annoying. I don't realize how much you do that actually needs your arms before you fucking don't have them. Okay then, well...
I know, we're just all so quiet here. I mean, we're all so loud here.
In that case,
I'm doing logistics, and then I need to step away for a second.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, do we get to the day where the soldiers arrive?
I mean,
Unless there's anything else we do. So essentially there were 5 days in between, and I know what I was doing. We know what Argento was doing. Anybody else?
at least Civic was making tools throughout this with what resources were available in the forge.
Yeah, using a mix between ironwood and iron and copper that were already there.
I was clearing trees, and then I was staying out late away from everybody, and back to work and away from camp by morning.
I think I was just probably helping out around town.
Fish butt?
So, Dark, to fully explain what you found, not including the actual copper, it was over 3,000 gold's worth of just, the gold, along with a couple hundred more just from the platinum. Everyone got at least one, including you. Our total that we got was actually in the Discord. It's over 454 gold each, and the platinum adds essentially another 100 to that. Or is it 100 or is it 10? I forget. I think it's 100 to 1, right?
No, it's 10 to 1.
Oh, so the platinum is just 10 gold.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, that's about 464 gold and some change.
Yeah, the way you move values is from like one coin to the next is you just move a single decimal point.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was 100 to 1 instead.
Mm.
Either way, that makes a lot more sense. But yeah, more or less.
What you doing, Zai, this whole time?
What would Yuffie be doing?
Other than being a fish butt.
I can imagine still hunting, but... by the way, as just like an out-of-character thing, did she finish her transition to a different class, or...?
Yeah. Well, archetype.
Yeah. don't know what it was in the very end. I don't think she has the stuff on roll 20 yet, but I'd be helping her with that at a point now, probably after the session. Just been a lot. Not written down. D&D Beyond isn't opening. Oh,
Okay,
was it an
we can
official?
fix that.
Was it an official
No,
one or a
it's
homebrew?
homebrew.
Ah, was it from D&D Beyond or?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we can check that later.
Yeah. Switch to Zai.
Wandering around in the meanwhile. That's a lot of wandering for 5 days. Looking around for anything shiny around. You can speak, by the way.
Apparently sound alerts are broken at the moment.
You're trying to find toys for the kids?
Nah.
Okay.
I'm trying to fix things.
Blood-covered gear gutter to toy finder. Did nobody use Preston to... Oh, wait, that's right, nobody did.
Yeah, no.
Give Silica a little tap on the shoulder and be like, hey, you know, if you could use a little cleanup, maybe? She's still covered in the blood from the deer, yeah? Oh, wait, no, he said he had to be right back, didn't he?
Yeah.
Shit.
I'm sure he would.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be like, yeah, let me just, and then just swiggity swooty, your booty is clean.
So those are working on the browser source. So why aren't they?
Doom attempting to fix the general stream scuff, as there always will be.
It's more like sound alerts is being dumb at the moment. For some reason.
As it usually is, unfortunately.
Okay, now it's working. It's just for some reason those two alerts are perma broken and won't play. I know a lot of people went over the work because fucking sound alerts have been bugged out hard lately.
Mm.
That
Yeah,
sound alerts limits a lot more on how much you can have in there. I think the purple lets you have a huge number of options. Yeah, no, sound alerts is still limited to 29.5.
Yeah, sound alerts has been breaking a lot more recently, and I know that from Zai's subathon and everything that was happening there, at least at the time. Like, it was just day after day, they just really kept breaking.
I don't think it hasn't been that long since they were working, and then they just stopped.
Pretty much, yeah.
And
Surprise, jeez. Praise it.
what have you been doing lately?
Just general help and repair around town.
Mm.
Since I don't really know much about this village.
It's like my fault things break. It's
Well,
not this time.
we'd definitely be catching you up on some of the further details of things so far as we introduce ourselves and get to know you two. Pretty much like I'd already mentioned, just some of our ventures in the other, some of the other towns on the other side of the continent, just around Nightshade and all of that.
Nobody's figured out what they were doing the entire time.
Yep.
Oh. Guess finally, you hear not too far away here, like trees collapsing just beyond the town. You realize something or someone is approaching.
I'm gonna head that direction with my sword on my back, but I haven't been wearing my armor in town. Anybody else gonna come investigate? It's just me.
I
What
mean-
really everyone else is saying.
I think many of the rest of us, if not, I think out of all people, I'd imagine Yuffie would go with you, or Argenta would go with you. I'd still be probably like working away at the crossbow, like I mentioned.
Okay, well, I'm just crashing. I'll go check it out on my own with my broken arms, guys. It's fine. I've got this.
Don't worry, Argento will go with you, assumably, probably.
Well, you Darko said, like, I can follow
Yeah.
if I'm not doing anything, so.
Yeah, I mean the main thing is like you haven't. If there isn't anything else you'd be doing, then yeah, one follower required.
Alright, thanks, guys. Well,
Yeah, no problem.
so what impending doom is coming at us, Doom?
As you reach the gates, you see coming in ahead of the signs, work being done a bit further out where the tree sounds are echoing from. You see a familiar skeleton. You see a familiar, gentleman glowing with green. Another, familiar sparking
Watson
with
and Troop.
lightning. And then you see one additional individual, another skeleton, albeit wearing a bit of a fedora on his head and wearing a suit of a different variety from a certain Sherlock that you guys had met before.
So it's Sherlock Bones, Watson, Rigor Mortis, and somebody else.
Mhm.
Sounds like it.
Oh, hey, it's you guys. I thought I might
greetings.
have to be. Well, it's nice that it was you guys instead of some big beastie. I heard a bunch of crashing. Figure there might be violence afoot, but hey, no, this is good. This is preferable.
I mean, there's certainly some variety of violence going on. In fact, it's trees being chopped down.
Did the soldiers from Lockrite arrive?
I'm back. Is everybody dead?
Yeah,
Perfect
there was
that
a
you-
bunch of crashing and ominous banging, like sounds outside of town, and everybody let the girl with broken arms go with the Reaper of Death to investigate it on her own.
You two got this.
Turns out that it's Watson and Bones and Rigor Mortis and the soldiers. And who's your new friend there? Hi, I'm Claire.
Oh, this fine chap here, as he gets interrupted by one moving forward, announcing himself. The name's Bones Malone.
God fucking damn it.
Okay. Nice to meet you. Do you have a lot? Like, are there a lot of you guys back at the Capitol that are made of bones? And other interesting things?
Not quite. There's not many of us. Rather, Bones here tends to operate a bit more independently than I do. But he just opted to help out a wee bit this time by getting the message across a bit faster than normal.
Okay, well, hey, thanks. I appreciate that. We've already started to clear out some space, starting from the blacksmiths and clearing out from there towards the surrounding areas and consolidating any of the supplies within the buildings, and gathering the all the ironwood lumber in one place so we can use those to start rebuilding once things are cleared away.
So it's iron. Dang, I had
Mm-hmm. At least
certainly
that's
tough
what
stuff.
Knives said. Yeah, and it's really tough. And
I mean,
apparently fire resistant.
usually quite is. It's interesting, though, that the wood shifted properties like that. After all, it wasn't quite ironwood at the time, but the fact that it's turned to it, although I admittedly had already discovered this earlier, but the fact that it turned into it is perhaps a boon more than anything else. Especially since the trees haven't stopped growing yet. At least,
I mean, they've stopped regrowing. Like,
well,
immediately, you know? They're no growing like normal trees now.
quite. That is indeed what I was intending with that. After all, there's no more walking around zombies of plants anymore, so I think it's a fine change, at least, even if a bit difficult to deal with.
Hmm. Yeah. We're mainly concerned with trying to get these clear, because I mean, a lot of the survivors, chopping these trees down is really difficult. So
Imagine.
Knives has been working on augmenting some axes to cut through them better. How many soldiers came? Do you know how long they're gonna be here to help?
It's not a small group that have come. Just a small battalion has arrived from the fort.
How many's a battalion?
About 1,000.
What?
Battalions consist of 4 to 6 companies and include up to about 1,000 soldiers.
I think
Well,
I
Claire
think
doesn't know
we-
this. How many did you bring? How many is a battalion?
We have roughly about 1,000 of them coming to quickly clean things up. Albeit, discovering that the ironwood has
Water.
slowed things down considerably, but the goal is to rebuild the town quickly enough, and so that we can reestablish things.
Okay, I just want to say out of character, how the fuck does a small fort have 1,000 soldiers in it like this? How is that a small battalion?
I didn't say it was a small fort, I said it was a fort.
Fair.
And forts typically contain, several thousand soldiers at times, unless they're completely inactive. But due to the nature of, goblins, I imagine that they would have a good, 5,000. And considering, even though word would have gotten back to them on their way, that, the problem's been taken care of, I doubt they're just going to peel off and they're going to want to fucking get this shit done quickly. Because you're
Yeah, I'm
talking,
happy they brought 1,000.
because you are talking literally bringing in a battalion to deal with fucking nightmarish scenario that you guys managed to deal with.
I'm very pleased. Holy shit, that's a lot of people. We were worried about needing to go hire some people at a nearby town to come help rebuild, but damn. Mr. Bones, do you think you guys are going to need any resources shipped over here? Because we were planning on heading up north to Prolsteden to catch a ferry to the... I don't know the name of the place, but Knives says there's a library on that island up in like the northwest that we might be able to learn some things about whatever god this man was trying to do rituals for so we can stop him. But we were thinking of picking up supplies up in Prolsteden and have them shipped here to aid with the construction. Is that even needed? Did they bring any like stuff or...
What the? Sorry about that. I think our door just closed on its own.
Oh. You see, lass, you'd have to ask the commander of the battalion, but I imagine they've brought some resources with them. After all, they brought some cuts along to load up with some of the wood as they've come. Although I imagine, like I said, things have slowed down a bit on that, so they may have swapped out for more of the lovely lumber around here to work with.
Yeah, we don't really need lumber, but I didn't know if maybe like stone or stuff. I don't do construction, you know. I break things. I don't build them.
Certainly understand.
Where's the commander so I can talk to him?
Probably occupied making sure things are taken care of back there. After all, unlike some nations in this lovely world, the commanders typically are a little bit proactive around in this country.
Could you take me to him? I don't know what he would look like or anything.
Certainly, lass. Take him on. We can go over and speak to him. Imagine he might be a bit of an interesting sort to look at, but...
Is he another skeleton?
No. There's not that many of us. I understand the misconception considering my companion hair's, presence, but there's not that many of us, at least I hope not. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing, Malone, nothing. Carrying on.
Alright, I'll follow him to the commander, I guess. Go talk to him.
I also need to think of a name for the commander for those working on that. I mean, I could go.
Name?
I mean, I could go for a fucking straight up pull from something else to be shenanigans about it, but I feel like that might be a little too much. Figure this out real quick. Don't. Why? Why out top? Many things left open. Hold on. Fixing things as well. Of course, it's not going to do that. Oh, whatever. Fine. So as you head off towards the soldiers, you know, Sherlock takes you past several of the soldiers that seem to be chopping down trees here and there. Some of them using swords, others using axes, whatever they seem to be, durable enough to do the job. They're using to steadily work their way through. Before you hear thumping of an axe hitting something. One of the really large trees, seems like a very large one, had grown up into the middle of the road, and it takes you no time at all to notice a enormous, compared to many of the others, and surprisingly less armored than most of them, man standing tall, muscular, and swinging in a huge axe before he gives one more loud swing, and the tree begins to fall as shouts from the soldiers as everybody backing off in different directions, and the tree comes falling down with a loud crash.
He don't need no armor. His muscles are his armor.
You know, this man's got to be like a high-level barbarian, right?
As you approach him, Sherlock gives him a nod as he gives this wide grin to Sherlock and goes, "Welcome back, Sherlock. I assume you've found your way into the town and met a couple people. Who are these fine pair that you've brought along?"
Hi, I'm Claire. Nice to meet you, Mr.
"Lieutenant Colonel Barrett Bolton at your service."
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Bolton.
"It's
this
fine to
is-
meet you too, lass."
Yeah, and this is my friend Archie. Did you guys really come with 1,000 people?
"Why, of course, lass. What else would we bring? After all, the threat was considered to be quite significant. Although I don't know if everybody here is needed or not," as he seems to make a notion towards someone who seems to be oddly ashamed of himself off staying out of the way. "But we've arrived, and we plan to clean things up as quick as possible."
I really appreciate that. The big thing that caused this is dead. It's mainly just now the trees that are on the inside of the town. We've started clearing from the blacksmiths so that way we could have a place to repair the tools and gather equipment. And we've been working our way towards the walls. We've made some progress, but there's not many of us. It's been mainly me and Harris doing the tree clearing and a little bit of help from the villagers, but these trees are really tough. So, yeah. We were thinking about, we were discussing, going forward, what we would need to do with some of the money that we've gathered from the village, of either going out and hiring some people to help from Smithsville nearby, but then I thought that maybe depending on how many of you guys came, that maybe we would need supplies instead, stuff to build with, like obviously not wood, but like stone and stuff if that's needed. I don't know what goes into construction, but we were thinking we would wait and see what you guys got here and then talk to you, and then you would tell us what you might need, and then we could make a choice based on what you guys did or didn't have or knew. I don't know.
He seems to. He walks up to Claire, being towering over her in size, and puts a hand on her shoulder lightly. And goes,
Winces at the touch. Very sore.
"Don't worry about it, lass. We've brought a chunk of stone with us from what we've been told by Watson here. As well as, of course, Bones Malone, who brought along the message. And we've brought a good enough chunk to get things going if we can salvage up from what the town has. Naturally, my men will make sure to take care of this as, residents of this country. We naturally need to work together to take care of things, but as soldiers, we'll make sure to get things back in a lovely state."
Okay, so I guess it would be best if we bought, like, provisions, like food and things, and had it sent here. Maybe some seeds to get the farms going up again, and stuff like that. Yeah.
If you wanted to bring some extra, you're welcome to. We have sent a message over to a couple of the neighboring towns in order to get some merchants moving to bring and deliver some goods. Considering this disaster, it has been put forth by the capital to make sure that you guys are well taken care of.
If the goods are coming from the direction of Arnfort, then we're going to need to clear some of the roads to the south. The road is pretty heavily overgrown. You can get within a few hours' walk of town. Getting a cart to town is impossible from the south. Horses, you can, but it's hard. That's where we came from. We came across from the river up after taking the ferry from Crossworth. We were in Nightshade when we heard the news.
I see. I do need to apologize and give my condolences to you, lass, as Sherlock here informed me just a moment ago, even though you were having this conversation, he seemed to had said something without even being noticed. But my condolences to your town, but we'll make sure to get that route cleared out as well. After all, it's what we're here for.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. I guess I'll go back and tell my friends then.
All right, lass. I'll make sure we get into town here soon. We'll start clearing things out. I'll probably send some men to the southern route to go ahead and start clearing that as well. Or perhaps go myself. You know if there's any large trees down there?
There are some larger trees down that way, yeah. The biggest one that caused this is destroyed, though.
That's good to hear, lass. I see you've taken quite the toll from your efforts, though.
Hmm?
I hope you recover soon and well.
Oh, yeah. No, I broke my arms because I fell on the tree and killed it. But, I'll be fine. It's just a few more days, and I'll be swinging my sword again, I guess. I don't know.
It seems to give a firm but calm grin, as well as a nod to her. Where you see a cart roll up. A large cart with several other large logs already on it. And he looks at Claire and goes, "Give me just a moment." At which point he proceeds to practically bear hug the base of the tree that he had just fell and lifts it and drops it onto the cart as the cart creaks with a loud bang, sounding like it's barely holding together as you see several of the soldiers sweating in concern, practically praying that the cart doesn't break again from what you can, discern just at a glance.
Damn it, am I gonna have to fix somebody else's shit now?
She kind of blinks at the impressive show of strength and thinks to herself, what kind of juice does he drink? And we'll, I guess, turn to head back to town with Archie.
Yep. I would leave it to Dark to say anything in the chat.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, we're talking, you're fine, you big nerd. The RP going on distract much. Requires more one brain cell to do things sometimes, but only one brain cell in operation.
You even have a brain cell in operation?
Look, it's technically in operation if it's running around screaming and on fire, okay?
Then again, I thought you and I were playing tug of war with that thing.
Hey,
I mean, if you have been, my apologies, it's on fire.
you guys asleep or something?
Nope, I'm busy working away.
Crossbow.
Just helping out in the town.
Well, the soldiers arrived.
Oh, good.
Wait, the soldiers are here.
Yeah,
many did
that's
they
what that big
send?
commotion was. Yeah. Thanks for rushing to help. I didn't need any help with that at all. RG and I had that handled. Would have been fine if it was some sort of big monster left over from the tree or anything. But yeah, there's 1,000 soldiers.
I'm sorry.
You just
What?
you hear a clash come down as like Mal drops his things for a moment. The moment he hears that, I'm sorry. What?
1,000 soldiers, and their captain is like the size of like 5 of me, and he literally like picked up an entire tree that was like wider than me and just hucked it onto a cart. The man's a fucking beast. I gotta find out what fucking juice he drinks.
Mal just kind of like peeks out the window, like, "You're kidding me, right?"
No. He's like, if a bear and an ox had a baby, and that baby was a man.
Weird analogy, but
He just
okay.
he just scratches his temple, like, "Wow, okay, wow.
Yeah,
What the fuck are the people in this nation?
I
Where
don't
am
know.
I?"
But they're here to do all the cleanup. They've got a lot of supplies like stone and everything, and he's made a request to other villages around to send foodstuffs. And I think our best bet is to just fucking, I guess, head straight to Prolsteden, and from there we can purchase some seed and food to have sent back here. The crops that I know grow well in this area from all the time I spent around the farmers, and I don't think they really need the money for anything else. Sounds like the soldiers have all that covered,
Well, I guess that's fair. We'll have to see when we get there, but what the hell? 1,000 soldiers? Just what the hell did they think? Never mind. Just...
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough there. Well, alright. That at least means everything here will be situated. I won't have to worry while we're gone. So then, what do we do now? Is it time to pack up? Are we going?
Yeah, it's time to pack up. Let's head out. The less time we waste, the better. I doubt that that robed fuck has been just sitting around jerking his fucking
That's not gonna work.
impotent cock while we've just been here trying to help rebuild. I'm sure he's been off doing God knows what horrible things.
Not like we haven't been trying to keep busy.
Hmm.
That's what I'm working on all this for. Just twiddles around the crossbow body and limbs that aren't fully assembled yet, but at the very least are there. It's just getting any of the other pieces together is going to be a bit of a challenge.
She gives you a pat on the shoulder. Looks like you're doing a good job. But
Well,
let's pack up. I'm ready to
Yeah.
hit the road.
yeah, let's go. Maybe I can find some parts in the other town that I'll be able to put together for this thing.
And the good news is, since they've been clearing the path as they come, we should be able to assemble the cart once we get out of, past all the soldiers. And the trail should be easy going from there.
As you hear another loud crash from a tree falling.
I can't even remember his name. He's like, all I remember is bear, ox, fuck, man.
That's not his name, right?
No, I just said I don't remember his name.
That's a hell of a description.
I mean, I didn't see him. How is that not like a perfect description?
I don't know if I even want to see this man with that kind of a description.
I think you grabbed Barrow's dog, by the way. By technicality.
Yeah, we did take the barrels of alcohol. Claire's definitely gonna want to make use of that alcohol.
Claire's probably gonna need the alcohol after what she's just witnessed.
No.
Uh,
Yeah, it's the bear ox man that's gonna make me want to drink, not the losing my entire town, my mother and all that shit that makes me want to drink.
I think
Claire, a
so.
pat on the shoulder.
Ow.
No, right.
What?
No, just when you said I was like, oh yeah, right, arms.
No, it's her forearms that are broken.
Wait, then how does tapping you on the shoulder make you say ow?
Mm-hmm. It did.
All right, let's just get out of here.
Yeah. Let's go, everybody.
You leaving already?
The soldiers are here, Ella. They brought 1,000 of them. Insane, I know, but they've got a lot of stuff, and I need to find that robed man, and I need to put a stop to whatever else he's fucking doing.
You see Ella initially shocked, secondly nodding her head like she's realized something, and then giving a more focused nod for a second in response. Make sure you heal properly first before you go picking any fights with him.
No promises on that.
Really wouldn't want to see you coming back without any arms.
If all it takes is 2 arms to get him dead, that's a price I'd pay again and again.
Well, hopefully it's a price you don't have to pay at all. We're right here with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make sure you keep her out of trouble. I want her to be able to give hugs back.
Well, you'll definitely get
You
your
say that
hugs.
like I wouldn't just give somebody a hug with my legs. What?
She just looks for a second, looks at Claire's legs and goes,
What?
"Your arms are strong enough. I'd rather not be pinched in half, thank you. I mean, certainly worse ways to go out, but maybe not."
Ella. I know how to practice restraint. Fuck's sake.
The horse begs to differ.
Yeah, the horse literally lets out like a snort and then looks at Claire, realizes it made the noise, and turns its head like, "Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Don't look at me!"
I give him a sharp look when he snorts. Like, yeah, you got something to say, fucker? That's what the face says.
Slowly look away from the horse. I know how to practice restraint. But
Dark
I'm
in
not-
chat, though. The horse will remember this.
The horse will remember this.
I mean, the horse already remembers the threats to be fed to a fucking hill giant before being pointed out.
Hey, there was no threat. How? This horse is a lot smarter than it looks. Are we sure this is a horse? Is this a horse? Is it a horse? Is it? Tell me.
Considering the other one died, Daddy. I'm just imagining Mouse going up to the horse and looking closely while asking this repeatedly. And the horse is just looking like concerned at Mouse, just like, "Are you doing this?" kind of expression. As Yuffie's over here trying to figure out and can figure out that it's a horse, and that's all.
This is a really smart horse. I'll give him that.
I'm surrounded by morons.
Meanwhile, finally, Anon picks himself back off the floor. And you just see Ella go, "Welcome back, Dad."
What? What? Why was Annan on the floor?
What?
What?
He sort of takes one of his hands up to his temples and goes, "1,000 men? The fuck?"
Yeah.
Ella, don't
That's
repeat
good.
that. As he's fucking.
And Ella's like 24. Relax. She's said way worse plenty of times. Even back when.
While you're saying this, Ella's shaking her hands like, "No, no, no," and it's just giving a death glare at his daughter.
Bearing daggers, huh?
Silvix just shaking his head. It's just like, really now.
Well, it seems like you two have a lot to talk about. We're gonna head out now. Okay, bye. Claire's gonna start walking away.
You just start. Yep. Just let's go. Hi, horse. Let's
You
go.
hear Ella shout, "Claire!"
You guys hear something? I didn't hear anything.
I got my eye on you. Looks to the horse and just grabs the lead and starts bringing it. Come on, let's get out of here.
Horse gives a snort but follows anyways, oddly obediently. I think Civic's still at the forge.
Move Argento. There we go.
These are the people I've chosen to travel with.
Aren't you glad?
I'm strongly considering my return to the capital at this rate.
Don't worry, we're going with you. You hired us as bodyguards after all. We'll make sure you're safe.
That is true.
We're gonna lose our minds at some point.
You didn't already?
I mean, I've nearly lost my head on several occasions. I don't know about that, but
Wow, Dark. Damn.
There. What do you mean freaking surrender?
The
Well,
horse have a name? I don't know.
I don't
I
think we
mean,
named the
probably.
horse.
I didn't
No.
ask his name when we got him from the farmer. They brought me a couple of horses, and I wasn't really concerned about their name at that time.
All we know is that they are horse.
Just try asking him his name.
I swear, if this horse ever spoke.
I mean, it's more of a joke. I think someone can ask the horse its name.
Yes, yes, there are at
There's
least
a
two
couple.
people. There are two people, potentially three, that can. They actually can. That's the worst part.
Wait, what?
I swear to God.
Would
it's
you like
another
to
old
ask the
creature.
horse its name? Would you like to commune with the horse and ask it about its traumas?
That's not that good.
All right.
Remember, horse, snitches get stitches.
So,
Or
we
fed
begin.
ogres.
I guess we begin our journey.
I mean, I suppose so. Although you guys, of course, would end up passing, you know, the guy, Sherlock Bones and Bones Malone, and Watson.
Wait, there's another one.
There's another woman.
Well, Mal wasn't here.
That's
I
true,
know there's
Mal.
another. See, I know there's another one, and also this is the first time Aurora has met Sherlock Bones and everyone here.
Weird Bone Man runs by.
Is that-
Just the subtle,
Same response we've heard yet.
just the calm nod from Sherlock as he tips his hat and goes, "Understandable, lass. Understandable."
Surprised the dog didn't want to take a bone with them.
That's what I mean. This is the most tame response we've seen yet. We've had Hurst nearly decide to commit genocide. We've had, like, me and Yuffie being absolutely creeped the hell out in a graveyard. We've had you with extreme amounts of questions. And Argento has been the next most tame person, but then again, he's already an embodiment of death. What does he need to care about the undead? Yeah, and then there's you, Sylvia. It's like, oh, hey, yeah. Hi, colleague.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's really is. The more I explain it, the more this really is the most tame response we've had yet. Damn. Why am I freaking out about this? This is
I
just
don't
our
know.
campaign so far. I don't think I'm okay today. Like, actually, as a player. I don't know what's going on. I'm having like a moment. That's what I'm having.
Shit, we bullied him too much. He's losing it. Zai, give him a hug. He needs a hug.
I need an exorcist.
That's true.
Why do you need to exercise?
My right to not be freaking out.
Oh god!
Oh
The
god.
bear
There
hug.
goes the spine.
Looks
Technically,
like
that,
How bad is it gonna crack?
More than just your gut
It-
at this
If I rolled from that one, I would have considered my back broken.
Should I make it an
Technically,
unarmed
that-
strike?
technically, that would be what is referred to as a grapple, and you would roll an athletics check against their opposed athletics or acrobatics.
Well, you would have failed.
No, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, there's a grapple. It means Yuffie would have to.
Yeah, the one who initiates it has to do athletics. The one who is defending can do either or.
Hooray, my spine is safe another day. Good. Mal
I mean,
isn't about
Yuffie's
to
still
suffer
gonna
the
roll
fate.
athletics. That was acrobatics.
Oh.
Okay, your
There you
spine's safe.
Oh, sweat. I actually started to sweat a little. I was like, oh no, great. Mal's about to become the embodiment of actually me with a broken spine. No.
I rage, so I have advantage.
My rage. Damn, multi-class barbarian. Who would have thought?
Never mind.
Who would have...
Uh,
Here's bones cracking. No, oh, creaking. You try to give a hug and your bones like creak. You hold your back and you're like, ah, the pain.
Dim, I'm actually gonna stop by, speak to Sherlock Bones on the way out here.
oh, okay.
Just get an idea of what his next plans are, where he's heading next.
He more or less would just tell you, like, at the moment he's set on an investigation, and think about this one, actually. He was planning to head next over to Dublin to do some of his investigation.
Okay. Hmm. If we happen to learn of anything, we'll seek you out.
That would be greatly appreciated. After all, there's quite a bit of digging to do on all this. No rest for the wicked, as they say.
Indeed. Best of luck to you in your investigation.
Best of luck to all of you as well. Try not to get yourselves killed out there. Maybe make sure the lass keeps her arms firmly attached as well.
Does everybody think I'm gonna lose my arms?
Well, I'm more worried about them killing each other. If you'll excuse me, I need to go pry a fish off. Chief.
Understandable, understandable.
You need to
Safe
go pirate
travels
fish.
to you all.
And to you as Hey, put the mouse down.
What are you calling him? What mouse?
Naturally, as you guys are traveling out, you of course pass by the soldiers that are working, as well as now as many you get to see a very, very large gentleman holding a what looks like, as you see, probably pay closer attention to it than before, what appears to be a fucking battle axe, as he's just chopping down right through a tree. He just kind of gives y'all a look and a nod. And... Safe travels to y'all.
Right back at you.
They give him a nod and just a quick wave of farewell, and just try not to think too hard about massive muscle man who pretty much looks like he could bench press Mal. No, he could pretty much turn Mal into like his spine into a sandwich.
Get a sandwich, you could probably make a pretzel out of Mal.
Oh God.
You could probably make fucking several pretzels out of
And you said my explanation was weird.
Literally use my bones like a toothpick. Ugh.
It becomes very clear that he's very big as well, because as you guys are passing by, you get to realize he's even taller than the tallest pair you have. Yeah, even Aurora is just slightly shorter than he is, as big as he is.
She.
So I was referring to him with that he, but
Oh. Referring to. Gotcha.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Alright.
like this. Yes. And I believe, if I remember correctly, Aurora's of a similar height of over 7 foot.
How tall are you, Wing Wing?
Where did I see the character?
If I'm remembering correctly, anyways, it's how long it's been.
The toaster's loading. The toaster's loading.
I think the cat is actually slightly taller
I
than
think the cat.
Aurora.
Yeah, the cat's taller than me. I think I was.
Yeah, but the cat
6'7".
also isn't always standing straight up. You're 6'7". Well, I mean,
I think so. I mean,
okay,
the
so
bio
similar
thing's
height to the cat.
Currently,
is
it's the
what he would
black
be.
screen.
If only the cat wouldn't slouch so much. You gotta stand up straight. Come on, guys.
Meanwhile, behind Edge, as you guys get past, you hear another slam of a tree. And if anybody thinks to look back, they get to watch him once more grab hold of a tree that he just chopped down and toss it onto the cart that just rolled up. As you hear the wheels crack off the cart, and several pained cries from the soldiers. As one in particular that he happened to point out earlier, cries in pain in the form of needing to do mending again.
See, I told you, a bear and an ox fucked, and now there's a man.
Silvic's trying so hard not to blow a gasket.
What are they feeding these people?
That's what I want to know. I want to be that strong.
Ooh. I'm so glad you're all my friends.
You guys have your destination set in the direction you're headed.
Yep.
It just looked like those pics of people picking up a cat and his body just stretching out.
All right.
I guess that's
Head out.
It is time to go.
I'm
Is
just
that
gonna
where you
fit
want
these
to
in
call
a
this session, Doom? Or
Well, it's like I do.
I don't
need
know
to
if you've got it.
I mean, I think everybody's starting to wind down, and I don't have much prep going forward at the moment, since I need to do a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, this was really meant to be like the RP session at the end of the day too. So like,
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, are we ending here, or
I mean, unless you guys wanted to RP traveling a little bit before something happens, but I can always, if you give time, I can prepare shenanigans for that as well.
okay?
Very least prepare shenanigans for that, versus preparing towns and whatnot. That is going to take a bit more.
I say it's probably a good time to call it.
Yeah.
I mean, we have kind of been going for over 4 hours as well.
Yeah.
And I know, I think you, Zig, don't you have a D&D session? Or is that last week? And therefore next week? course, I don't remember what time you start either, because I'm a Pega. But, bah. See more horse gifts in the fucking D&D text there. Bah. This. I'm like, yeah, what time it is and how. Yeah. So we could wrap up properly. Things I could find someone to aggressively throw nerds at. That lamp. Oh wait, I see one that is currently very targetable.
Mm.
Seems things want to cooperate. Twitch stop being laggy.
Cooperation's over.
Twitch is running like potato at the moment. Which honestly is nothing new. Oh. See, I got a target to go after.
in.